Check. Mic check. All right, mic check. 1, 2. Could we make that louder, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started with the program, well, we have a small announcement. I can see a couple of vacant chairs over here. So all the ones who occupied the seats right behind, you may please march ahead and grab your seats right here. I'm going to put a very humble request to everybody to please march forward. That's right. Oh, now I'm loud. I hope all that I said before was audible as well. So I'm going to request the rest to sit around, please take your seats right ahead. It just makes it a beautiful connect with all of our speakers as well. We're going to get started with the proceedings of the summit in just about a few minutes. I'm going to request you all to please bear with us for just a couple of minutes, and we're going to get started with the summit. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Reimagined.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very welcome to all of you to the Economic Times BFSI Tech Summit 2016. Once again, I'm going to request all the members of the audience in the pre-election to please very quickly proceed inside the conference hall. And on that note, we officially begin with the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, we'd also like to take the opportunity to thank our partners, our knowledge partner, IBM, cloud mobility partner VMware, and communication app partner Flock. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kavya R. Chavali, and I'm going to be taking care of the proceedings during the summit as well. We do have a couple of announcements for all of you. Let's keep this absolutely participative. You can use the hashtag ETEdgeBFSITech. I repeat, hashtag ETEdgeBFSITech. Keep those tweets coming, depending on all the discussions that you hear from our speakers, as well as your opinions, your discussions as well. Most importantly, we also have another very important announcement. I do believe that you have all received emails as well as SMS alerts in terms of joining the Flock community. Now, do share your experiences as well as the comments on the ongoing discussions. In fact, some special groups have been created for all of you as well. So just in case if you have not downloaded the app, please do so, because it's a more delightful way or delightful approach to keep the communication of your views going. And in case you do have more queries, we have a very vibrant team in green that is right across the pre-function area. So please do feel free to connect with them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now begin with the BFSI Tech Summit 2016, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Sandhya Dhar, Sector Head ETEdge, to please come forward and present the opening address. Let's have a warm round of applause. Please help me welcome Ms. Sandhya Dhar.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the Economic Times BFSI Tech Summit today. The global financial system has become massively interconnected and interdependent, conditions which have driven up uncertainty and larger market fluctuations. In an environment that is characterized by demanding customers, trust deficit, volatility, increasing regulatory oversight, and disruptive technologies, there are significant structural changes needed within financial institutions. But a proactive response is often being inhibited by their own complexity. This perfect storm of industry challenges are driving financial institutions to simplify the operating environment, be nimble to respond to the dynamic business needs, drive innovation to differentiate them, and effectively comply with ever-increasing regulatory requirements. Technology will be a central component for success as always, but it is no longer sufficient to simply adopt technology. Industry leaders are closely aligning strategy and technology decisions for sustainable growth and revenue. While the banking and financial services focus on reducing costs and risks has helped, revenue growth remains an issue that the firms have to overcome. Firms in the industry have to deal with investor expectations while handling the increasing regulatory requirements that curb undue risk-taking by banks. Meanwhile, customers have become much more digital savvy, and technology has brought in new competition from non-banks. The industry is more reliant than ever before on technology for many aspects of their business. Technology is used more to sell products, manage internal operations, and control risks. Many of the advances in technology, mobile, analytics, and cloud have a direct role to play in these areas. They enable services from incumbents and new areas and improve financial inclusion for the ones not served well by the traditional products. The world's largest listed company, Apple, has entered payments, and the world's largest retailer, Walmart, has announced that it will offer checking accounts. Non-banks are growing phenomena in many parts of the world. While the portion of revenue that non-banks get at the expense of banks is minuscule today, but they're growing and creating new services in the unserved areas. The increasing reliance on technology for business goals has increased the participation of business leaders in technology decisions. Pure technology initiatives take a back seat to the ones that are tied to specific business initiatives or regulatory requirements. Banks continue to tweak their technology investment for projects that are cost efficient, revenue enhancing, and have the ability to control risks. As the customer's adoption of technology increases, banks continue to invest in customer-facing services and solutions. Cybersecurity has increasingly come to the fore, spurred by the rapid adoption of digital channels by customers, ubiquitous connectivity, and the increased sophistication of cyber attacks. The potential to use mobile to improve access of financial services to the unbanked has piqued the interest of the government, and many are actively creating favorable legislation or rules to enable entry of non-banks. For instance, Brazil and India have issued guidance that allow the creation of new legal entities that can offer many banking services needed by the poor and remote population who might not have access to the traditional banking services. These entities will not have all the privileges of a regular bank, like ability to lend, etc., but will have less regulatory expectations. The Reserve Bank of India's proposal to issue more payments bank licenses, an initiative to increase the availability of banking services for the unbanked and the underbanked, has attracted the interest of many large companies from other industries such as telecom and retail. The payment banks will rely much more on technology for all aspects of their functioning, and the issuance of these licenses will spur a wave of technology investments in the banking sector. The role of technology is thus becoming even more and more vital for the banking and financial services industry to perform better amidst regulatory constraints. It also enables these services to reach a large population who have not been able to make use of them before. While banks are positioned well to seize the opportunities opened by technology, the future will have many innovative and useful financial services offered both by banks and non-banks. Today, through the day, we will hear technology and industry experts on various panels discuss and deliberate about the latest trends in technology and its role in shaping the future of BFSI companies. I welcome you all once again and hope that you have an insightful day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandhya, for setting the tone for the summit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to announce that the live streaming of the summit is also taking place thanks to our live webcast partner, 24 Frames Digital. And we'd also like to make a little correction with our hashtag for the summit. We decided to make it a little more crisp for all of you. While our speakers share their perspectives on the stage, you can do so on the social media platforms. So keep those tweets coming using hashtag ETBFSITech. I repeat, hashtag ETBFSITech. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we are truly delighted to invite on stage our esteemed speaker, who in fact is a telecom industry veteran, having contributed to the evolution of the industry over the last 2 decades. In fact, he's credited to having engineered Idea's fast-paced growth, making it one amongst the top 3 players and the fastest growing mobile operator in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the Managing Director of Idea Cellular, Mr. Himanshu Kapadia. Very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sandhya, for inviting me. I've got a short presentation. I think we are having a discussion. Okay, I'll just take a minute. You need to use the ID. That's it. Okay. Excellent.
Up and down.
Thank you so much. And I know you're going to discuss whole day technology on BFSI. When the ET team called me up and asked me to be able to give a perspective outside the banking sector, I was delighted to be able to share our experience on the mobility side. I've tried to keep it a combination of technology as well as business focused, so how technology is helping us drive business. And I've broken this session into 3 parts. One, how digital disruption is not only impacting the mobility industry per se, but is going to impact all sectors across India and across the globe. And then specifically, as we enter into the technology space. There is technology is currently used for revenue growth. Technology is used for you able to get our cost down. Technology used for risk management, as Sandhya was talking about. But I've chosen not to talk about any of those topics, but talk use of technology. How can we serve our customers better? And that's the example I wanted to share with you as far as idea is concerned. And finally, how do we see the impact of digital on going forward, on especially on your sector, both on the banking, financial services, and insurance sector per se. Moving on, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this chart in the past, and it is now almost everybody is talking about what we call the golden triangle of disruption. What I say that change and competition is an order of the day. And somebody said that you can stop the march of a powerful army, but you cannot stop a march of an idea which time has come. And that, we believe, is as far as digital is concerned. So what is this golden triangle that we are talking about? We are talking about, Sandhya mentioned the role of mobility, the fundamental role of cloud, and fundamental role of social. I think one extremely important element which has been missed out is analytics, and now into a real-time analytics, and which itself is going to play an extremely important role going forward and going to disrupt all sectors. And I'm going to use the next 15 minutes to be able to tell you how it is going to disrupt all the three sectors put together. And around the outer layer of the chart that I've on the right hand side talks about if these are the three triangles which is going to disrupt each and every sector, what are the support systems which is happening. And obviously there is going to be big data, there is going to be apps, there is going to be ephemeral like tweeters, there is going to be gamification, there is going to be location based information which will be available, and moving from a single screen to multiple screens. All of this are going to help us be able to make the new phase of disruption. And why is disruption eminent? Because what has happened was from a passive customer to a much more active customer, because it's far more connected today. He's far more communicative, and he's in the discovery mode of information. That is why we say that there are going to be sectors which are digitally savvy, and there are going to be sectors which are going to be digitally driven. And what means that, and why are such sectors belonging? Because both the society and customers seem to be moving much faster than the business per se. And it is now going to be the agile as well as businesses who are able to be a lot more adaptive, which are going to be able to move forward in the new phase of the economy. That's why we've had in the past economy, we've heard of local going global, and now from local global to digital. And how does that make a big difference? When we talked about local and global, we always were talking sector specific. When we talk about digital, we are no more, the silos of sectors are getting broken. What existed earlier was in the framework of entertainment, this is in the framework of advertising, this is in the framework of mobility. No more of those silos exist, because competition and change is impacting, and digital happens to break the silos of sector. And one has to realize the impact, and as go forward, I will try to give some examples of what I'm trying to mention. But before we move forward, let me just talk about the industry that I represent and give you a sense how that industry itself is undergoing a massive transformation. The fact that we are talking about mobility, earlier mobility means it was ubiquitous to voice. Everybody used it as a connectivity medium. And we've reached 1 billion Indians who use a connectivity medium. So some would categorize it as a mature industry, but it is an industry which is going through a massive transformation, a massive change. Why is that change happening? It's first and foremost by the device the customer holds. That's one, as a smartphone. From a normal feature phone to a smartphone, and which is where Today, about 150 million Indians own a smartphone, or 12% of Indians own a smartphone. But from what we believe today, from an elite to the bottom of the pyramid, almost everybody will have a smartphone in the next 5 years, which is going to make it a task of not only mobility sector, which is obviously supposed to provide all the services or a connectivity for the services, but the whole ecosystem will dramatically change, because in the hands of a consumer, there will be a tool which can be far more powerful than what it was in the past. Okay. Moving on, the second big change which is happening is from a massive voice infrastructure to a very massive mobile broadband infrastructure. India has hardly any fixed line broadband infrastructure, which is obviously impacting all sectors. And we can see lots of jokes on social media talking about inability of consumers to be able to get broadband. All of this is dramatically going to change over the next 12 to 24 months, and India will be at par, in fact ahead of most of the other countries in terms of infrastructure that will be available around the length and breadth of this country. And moving forward, going to the and which means once this broadband infrastructure is available, from a current level of low internet penetration, which is at a single digit level, only about 100 million out of 1.3 billion people who access internet today, will dramatically change towards a future of all our consumers will be internet savvy. And we are moving from a category of elite work or knowledge workers who is very, very tech savvy to a mass. And when the mass becomes completely empowered, the game is going to dramatically change. So just give you a sense of change which the mobility industry is bringing in. Let me first talk about it from the voice side. Today, India is, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, India is the second largest mobility market in the world with 1 billion Indians. It has 5 lakh Indian villages today are connected to mobile. Neither roads currently reach there, rail infrastructure doesn't reach there, neither does water reach there, neither electricity reaches there. Only thing that will reach there is mobility. So there will be lots of places where there are no other utilities available other than mobility which is available. This industry has been created over the last 2 decades for an investment of 7.5 lakh crores, and almost 10 billion minutes are generated on a daily basis. But this is history, and this is not what is the topic of today. What is going to change is the next big wave of revolution which is happening, which is obviously disrupting our market cap, and media is talking about it in a big way, but it is an infrastructure which no other industry can claim to be putting up in the shortest period of time. We see the today government talking about massive road infrastructure, rail infrastructure, but the mobility broadband infrastructure which is currently being put up over investment in the next 3 years of 7.5 lakh crores, including spectrum and infrastructure and the 3G and 4G, is dramatically going to change India, in the face of India, in the next 2 to 3 years. And you in this room will have to be aware of the change that is going to take place. What is the big change which is happening? From a current 200 million people who have possibility to use internet broadband services on wireless, it is going to, in the next 2 to 3 years, about 800 million people will have opportunity to use that. From a current level of rollout about 40,000 sites, this year we're doing 3 times to 1,20,000 sites, and the current year we just entering into FY17, almost our expectation is 210,000 sites we're going to put up, which means then what is going to happen from a current capacity of Indian broadband, if about 3 petabytes is going to be increased to 20 times capacity of 60 petabytes. So a massive infrastructure of a capacity to be able to use internet of an order which has never been seen in one go is being built ahead of demand, and obviously we believe that most sectors will join hand together to be able to utilize this capacity, and we'll see as going forward. But this is what happened to mobility in the past, and this is exactly what is going to happen to internet broadband, all of that on the wireless framework. So what happens from mobile being ubiquitous, as our last speaker talked about, to mobile being everything, Now that's very different. You can be, it can be in the hands of everything, but it was used for a single application of voice. It will move to a second application of accessing internet, but will it stop at that? Definitely it will not stop at that. With apps being the order of the day, everything from being just an access, a passive provider of internet access, it is going to be an active provider of changing lives of individuals, from leading analog lifestyle, from all of us, which is moving step by step to be able to use into physical form. Everything will move into a digital form, whether it is entertainment, whether it is our social lifestyle, whether it is information access solution, everything will move digital from whatever was available in a physical form. And that will change dramatically. Let's look at banking, let's look at entertainment. Most of it which is currently consumed in long format, in a physical travel form, will all be available in a digital content. And obviously, from a banking space, there would be carved out payment will in itself will dramatically transform itself, because all of this is expected to move from a cash economy to a digital economy. And obviously, moving forward with this massive infrastructure, there will be arrival of sensors. They will be, and with a sensor and a SIM, okay, we will move from human-based interconnectivity to a thing-based interconnectivity. So everything will be connected. So we will put a sensor on anything that you can think of or cannot imagine today. And there would be a sensor and a SIM which would connect it for exactly what you need. If you need low level of connectivity, you connect it to 2G. If you need high level of connectivity like a driverless car, or transformation of smart cities or smart homes, it will be available on 3G and 4G and even on 5G. But none of this will dramatically change. So from thinking connectivity as akin to that of human beings to connectivity as akin to that of things, that's where the big transformation is going to take. That's why mobile is going to be from just being available everything to become everything in the life of an individual. What does it mean when mobile becomes everything? It means it is going to disrupt sectors. And I will talk about banks separately, but let me just talk about my favorite sector, entertainment sector per se. Okay, entertainment, all of us are very, very familiar about, are used, if you are either a cinema buff or a television, and you're used to a fixed time period program, and from that to a personalized content over broadcast, from a long format to a snacking mechanisms, from a large production house, branded actors, to all user-generated content. All of this is dramatically changing entertainment industry. And we can talk about this to a retail industry, how e-commerce is impacted and dramatically impacting the retail, or we can talk about media in terms of advertising, how advertising as a face from a print to television to is going to be dramatically changed into everything going digital, and offline promotion becoming far more important. And similarly, we can talk about education, health, governance, all of these sectors. None of this will look similar to what it was in the past. We will talk about banking going forward, but that's why telecom sector and its operators, which was ubiquitous voice operator, and we were prided ourselves to be a unidirectional, very focused operator, are dramatically transforming themselves to from being a focused single unit to transform them to become integrated players, not only in the space of voice or data, and whether analog or digital form of this, but also being able to enter into allied spaces, whether it is payment or content, or even competing with technology companies on the messaging, rich messaging space, or similar kinds of services that's available. So big change which is taking place on this. I come to the end of my first section, and I wanted to use my second section of the concepts that I've introduced in the first section, how those concepts are getting used in real life in mobility to be able to make these concepts into real life. How do you execute these concepts? It's so great to be able to look at, because I think almost everybody uses jargon, but it is how do you convert these thoughts, these ideas, these strategies into real life situations. And that's the portion I wanted to use this by giving an example of customer engagement. Before you give you a sense of this, what gives me ability, a right to be able to talk to you is the fact that Idea Cellular is a creation not because of the legacy. It was a very small company in 2007. In 2007, our group, Altebilla Group, took over it. At that point of time, it only had 14 million subscribers. It was number 6 or 7 in the pegging order. And it had hardly any infrastructure. It was present in about 4,000 odd villages, about 10,000 odd sites. It has hardly a revenue of 4,000 crores, and is daily profitable at 1,400 crores EBITDA. In the last 8 years, and that's a journey of 8 years, it has grown from 14 million subscribers to 172 million subscribers. Its scale has moved to about 3,75,000 towns and villages, and about 170,000 sites. As gross revenue has been growing on a year-to-year basis by 26% at a 35,000 crores. EBITDA has moved from 1,500 crores to 11,000 crores, and profits from a negligible level of 500 crores to 3,000 crores over this period of last 8 years. But that's not the story. The story is why I'm saying when we're talking about this example of customer, you have to remember in what scale that we are talking about. You can talk about in what. So we are discussing at a scale of these examples that I'm going to give you, which impact 172 million customers, which impacts the fact that you acquire 110 million customers on an annual basis year on year, and there is a 5% churn, 4.5 to 5% churn. And with this impact of technology is not over few metros or few locations, over 3,75,000 towns and villages across India. And we have most of it is through partners, not done in-house, but through partners. We have 1.6 million retail outlets, which does through with a sales support of 52,000 distributors and 5,800 own sales force. So this is the scale at which that we operate. In this scale, let's look at what was. Now, what I'm going to tell you is history, or what we do presently, and what is going to be the way we're going to service the customers tomorrow. So let's start with history. Natural way. Anybody who is going to do customer service, we build up infrastructure, physical infrastructures. We build stores. We had our own company stores, 75 of them. We had franchises which helped us do postpaid business, 2,000 of them. We said to in rural areas, any 25 kilometers, the customer should have physical access to our outlets. So we built 5,000 of that. About 1 million square kilometers of retail outlet that we built. But that's hardly a technology. Then obviously the second is normal contact centers. We built about 15,000 agents to calls, 1.4 million calls we handle on a daily basis. This is what the nature of servicing that we did, but that's not the story. The story, and obviously we used technology. We had a CRM, which all of you are very familiar. We had BIs, we had billing and charging systems, and integrated IVRs. This is all of the past. This is which is massive, large. Almost any company will be proud of this infrastructure, but I call them stuff of the past. What does it do? To give you a scale of this, it generates on a daily basis we service customers with 44 million SMS just for servicing. This is not to do this. To service a customer, 44 million SMS are sent daily. And we said outbound dialers, sorry, it's not million, 320K daily outbound dialers are sent to customers over this scale. We manage about 70,000 emails that we get from customers and with delivery people. But what's changing? Look at on the social side, today about 100,000 conversations are taking place on a daily basis on a daily basis of consumers now speaking on social, asking us to service, and today we respond to that conversation in 15 minutes. Much better than I would respond to an email. In a 15-minute I will handle. We have a 5 million apps, and in an app a customer will will be asking for a query and you will be responsible to respond in 15 minutes to a query raised by a customer or a complaint raised by a customer. And about 1.4 million people on the web making this. And look at other tools of SIVR, USSD, and other self-care tools that we talked about. But this is past. How is it changing? From a changing, think about 172 million customers we have on an overall basis. And if you have to do this business on a single segmentation, you will never be able to get the power of the business. That's why we are moving from an analytical framework, which was on a broad brush segmentation, what we call the macro segmentation, to a micro segmentation. And we have what is called an iris framework, where these customers have broken into as much as 4,000 micro segments based on behavior and usage pattern, not because of location, on behavior and usage pattern. And when you use that and have along with that a parallel analytical tools as much as 300 predictive churn models using SAS-based predictive churn model, analytical suits, that is where then that gives you a scale of segmentation that we carried out. And once you have segmented, how do you fill in promotions? So different strokes for different people and different strokes for different skills, a wide scale implementation of these customers. 4,000 segments, 300 churn predictive model, and build up what's known as globally largest ever model, where we'll have separate promotion, personalized promotion to individual customers at 170 million customers. That's the scale that we talked about, using technology as its power to be able to have separate customer. And not only a promotion, then you have a segmented campaign. Now a customer may have a promotion, but you find a customer is strong digitally, or is strong, prefer voice, prefer SMS, and then based on his past behavior, segment the customer also on his campaign management. So some of the largest big changes that is taking place on this. But this is current way of thinking. What's moving on is future way of thinking, is from what is a voice-oriented style of doing business for tomorrow's in an integrated world. And when we move into an integrated world or digital world, we will, our methodology of servicing is a mobile app to customer experience management, whereas introducing SEM as a mechanism of proactive from a reactive based solution, which is all today what we're doing, to a proactive solution. For example, a customer is accessing, he's fine with my network, but he's accessing a Google site or a Facebook, and there is having a problem there. We should be able to know, even before the customer have a problem, what could be the cause of a problem of a third party, and warn him that this could be an area which is there. So moving away from a reactive based servicing to a proactive based servicing. And this is possible when we move from batch mode processing to a real-time analytical processing. And then we stop having view of customers on multiple screens, but we move to a customer, move to a single screen or a single view of a customer, and our offers become real-time based on this, and knowing a next best action being known, and moving from a current models of the communication to a digital campaign going forward, as well as servicing customers not only on the physical form or well-established channels but even on the digital servicing and channels moving forward. That's why we move from what we call from a customer satisfaction, from a net promoter score to a customer experience index, which is the next big form as far as how you will measure the satisfaction of the customer. I'll just have a small film to give you a sense how this will change. Can I play the AV, please? I'm going to take just 5 more minutes.
Idea Reimagined 2017. Richa is 18 and heading from Jaipur to college in Delhi. Through social listing tools, Idea knows she requires a prepaid connection and posts the relevant ads on Facebook. On the Idea site, she gets a special MNP promo code and an address link to the nearest store basis her location. At the store, she gets her prepaid connection and signs up for Idea Money Wallet as well. Now she continues to recharge at the same store. Bases her offline recharge pattern, Idea targets her with special combo offers on Facebook. From offline recharge, she now converts to online recharges because it gives her her favorite recharge bundles and one-touch checkout using her Idea Money Wallet. She downloads the Idea mobile app and as she accesses it with her Facebook login, Idea builds her 360-degree profile by accessing her social behavior. Now Idea can make her special offers basis her behavior as well as upsell in a targeted way, ensuring better conversions. Data pack ending in the middle of a video? No problem. She automatically gets an alert and a real-time offer to top up current pack. Any issue she faces can be resolved by sending out a single tweet. Such a great experience makes her recommend Idea to her brother Rahul, who works in Hyderabad.
Thank you so much. This is a longer video, but just want to give you a flavor of how using technology you can dramatically change. This is what we call micro segment the customer, use the power of promotion engine and attach it to a campaign management to there. I come to the final section, how digital is going to dramatically change banking and financial services and insurance sector, and how is it that the other competition is going to expand. So quickly, I think this is an area which you're a lot more familiar than I would be familiar with. There is a, currently India still, in spite of having universal bank for such a long period of time, has limited account penetration as well as cash becomes, Indian economy remains a cash economy. Obviously there has been some movement on the digital wallet as well as in the payment banking side. And we are hoping to be able to convert all cash-based small ticket transaction into digital mode through mobility. Where we see the big change that is going to take place as transformation is concerned, both in products as well as in markets. As far as there is a traditional products and traditional markets, which is what universal banking space is running. But if you look at in the same market, we will expect digital wallet to be able to arrive and compete through a series of new products, but also there will be an expansion with the small banks as well as payment bank coming into newer market which is not currently tapped by a universal bank. But the interesting is the fourth quadrant where a new product variants will come and all three of us are going to compete. So we believe that there will be extension of market, there will be expansion of markets, and the customer is going to be a lot more enriched going forward. That's why I call this triangle the golden triangle, from a universal bank all competing among themselves, just like mobility companies were. We thought, who is the competition? It's operators. No more the world anymore talks about mobility company competition is operators. No more. It is true. It is the technology companies which we are competing with. Are we competing with Google, Facebook, or only we are competing with the operators? The same is going to be applied to banking companies going to compete with technology companies, going to compete with mobile companies. Sandhya talked about it, and which we believe that digital payments is going to be a big route to do that, and digital wallet is going to be a big route. As per our study, GSMA study, we talked about payments which is going to move from a current level of $325 billion to a $721 billion. And obviously we are aware the telecom company are going to enter the space of payments, as is handset companies like Apple we talked about, Alibaba talking about, all of them entering into payment space. Digital wallet, all of us are very keen, and it's going to be a closely fought battle and application, and hopefully the youth, the younger audience we will be able to attract, and utilization of economy of transactions will dramatically change from what the banking side is used to a very different of payment of all bills, recharge, DTH, e-commerce, taxi aggregators. All of this will happen through the digital wallet, and more newer program types will happen which was not envisaged in the past. The other area obviously we already know is the payment bank, which is obviously getting into the new space, but more of it as we go forward when we can actually deliver to what vision that we have. Just to summarize what we are saying, in this new digital world, if you have to be successful, And as my piece of advice to this tech summit, that we have to make investments of everything going digital, because the three big moves, both mobility, social and real-time analytics beyond cloud, are going to make difference. And then if you do that, you have to invest in SEM, you have to invest in app, you have to invest in analytics, and you have to invest in digital sales and service channels, and make sure that you continuously measure both not only NPS but CAI. Then only your company will be far more customer centric and be ready for tomorrow. All the very best, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I'm just going to quickly check in case we have any questions from the audience. If so, you may please raise your hands. We'll have the mics passed on to you. All right, then on that note, let's have a huge round of applause one more time for Mr. Kapania. I'm going to invite Ms. Sandhya Adhar to please come on stage to present a memento as a token of gratitude to our keynote speaker, Mr. Kapania.
Thank you once again, sir, for a very enriching presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are now about to march ahead with our first panel discussion. Well, before we do that, once again, I'd like to invite you to keep those tweets coming using hashtag #ETBFSI Tech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion focuses on the theme deploying technology-intensive solutions to optimize banking operations and customer experience. I'd like to invite on stage our esteemed set of panel members to please take their seats. Firstly, may I please invite Mr. Amit Sethi, President and Chief Information Officer, Axis Bank. Let's have a round of applause to welcome him. May I invite Mr. Anup Purohit, Chief Information Officer, Yes Bank. Mr. Sameer Jaini, Chief Technology Officer, DCB Bank. Mr. Shiv Kumar Bhasin, Chief Technology Officer, State Bank of India. Mr. S. Venkataramani, Vice President and Leader, Banking and Financial Services, IBM ISA. Mr. Arun Kumar Parameshwaran, Managing Director, VMware India. And let's also invite our session moderator, Mr. Shailesh Durrani, Chief Sales Officer, Flock. All right, with that, a very enriching panel discussion awaits all of you. So on that note, I'd like to hand over the proceedings to our session moderator, Mr. Durrani. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, ETH. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning, I said.
So, good morning, right, Venkat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to host this panel on deploying technology solutions revolving around the optimization of banking operations and also the customer experience operations. Without wasting much time, let me start off with the questions and discussions around this particular topic. Let me put up this. Let me take the pleasure of starting this with Amit Sethi. So Amit, considering this background of the topic on the deployment of technology solutions, optimizing customer operations within the banking domain and also the customer experience, how do you see the cloud information security being deployed in your bank? What are the kind of challenges which you face? And to make it a little broader, not just restricting the discussion to cloud security, cloud-based information security, touching upon the overall broad contours of cloud computing. How do you see this being deployed in your bank, and what are the kind of challenges which you face and benefits?
That's a long question. Yeah. Okay, so let me try and answer parts of it. First, I'll touch upon the cloud bit. So there are two kinds of cloud. I think all of us know that. One is the private cloud, which most of the organization banks have adopted. The other one is the public cloud, along with one of its contours called hybrid cloud. Now, public cloud is one place where most of the organizations are still experimenting. So, a lot of us have put some solutions on the public cloud, but I won't say that we have put core systems on the cloud. I think that's an area which will develop over next 1 year, 18 months, 2 years, and definitely we see that as a probable area of growth. There are, it's a wait and watch situation as of now, as far as the public cloud goes. As far as security paradigm is concerned, and I'm going to spread it across cloud and on-premise solutions, security is a major point of focus for all organizations, especially for the BFSI sector. There is a huge debate which happens whether, should security take the prime importance versus customer experience versus operational excellence versus project delivery in IT. I think over a period of time, what everyone has realized that there is no compromising on security, because one compromise on security can set you back a lot more than the time taken to deliver a project or solve a problem. I want to really emphasize that security is today we are in a situation where security is non-negotiable. What we do have to come out is with interesting and better ways to ensure that customer experience does not get hampered. So there will be OTPs, people will say there will not be an OTP, but we are still trying to work and ensure that there is mechanism by which we make it easier and easier for the customers to do that. There will be device locking, there will be more secure mechanisms of doing things. And this is more in interest of the customer as well as the organization. As a matter of fact, when I go and talk to a lot of people that what is the reason that they do not use a digital channel, a lot of people have adopted it, but there are still some who are reluctant to do it. The prime concern which comes out is security, and it is very important for all the organizations to ensure that we secure our solutions, systems in the best possible manner to build confidence in the system, and at the same time ensuring that we can offer the best customer experience. I think your last question was on the operational excellence part. Now, operational excellence is a very interesting place to be in currently. I think most of the organizations were focusing on what is broadly referred to as digitization, which is basically taking out paper and rework out of a particular process, ensuring that there is no duplication of process, duplication of data entry. The processes are lean. Now we are in a situation where we are going to see a leapfrog in terms of the technology adopted for operational excellence. All of us have heard those words over the last few years: artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning. I think this is the time and this is the year where I am definitely seeing a lot of organizations like us, as well as a lot of other organizations adopting that seriously enough to cause a major impact on operational excellence. So I think if we meet 6 months, 1 year down the line, I think maybe we'll be able to talk a lot more about it, because that is still one area where people have started work. Some work has started over last year. We will start seeing the results maybe in 6 months or a year's time. But there's a lot of work which is happening on that field. I hope I've covered all the questions.
Absolutely, very broadly covered. Thanks, Amit. So on that note, Anup, just taking a thread from what Amit just said, that public cloud adoption is still something which many of the banks are a little wary about. Information security implementation, and not just in the cloud, but even an on-prem level, continues to be a challenge. So when you are trying to deploy technology intensive solutions covering your business operations, customer operations, and customer experience, how is cloud helping you enable it in your organization? What are the challenges which you are facing? Your thoughts on the same.
So as I said, Amit has covered almost what I wanted to say, because we are working neck to neck with each other in the banking industry. Maybe in certain areas we may be lagging, in certain areas we may be leading. So for example, if I talk about Yes Bank, we have taken a little bit more bolder approach in going to cloud sometimes. So for example, we have lots of our solutions are already on cloud. Our remittance platform is a cloud-based model, wherein we do almost 400 crore worth of remittance every month through that platform. So it's already on cloud. Our HR solutions are on cloud on that front. Having said that, are we kind of bold enough to put our core banking solution on cloud? No way, not as yet on this front. But as he rightly said, it's just a matter of time wherein we will kind of take a leap and then move in that direction as well on the cloud front. It's just a matter of, so that while there's lots of thought process, is it RBI which is kind of regulating us or saying us not to go on the cloud? Actually, that's a misnomer. From RBI's point of view, they are pretty clear. You can go on the cloud as long as you're not compromising on customer data, or you're not you are able to reproduce what RBI wants in the time frame which they ask for. So you can have your data preferably in country, because you will be able to provide them at a time when they come for audit. So it's just for the better word, I would say a courage, who will take that first leap and then get into that full-fledged. It's just a matter of time where we'll come in. Coming back to your question in terms of too much of, which is your core question, too much of technology intensive solutions to kind of provide operational excellence and customer experience. The way I look at it, maybe a slightly different thought process. I strongly believe if you have too much of a complex technology deployed in things, it will surely hamper customer experience on that. Having said that, I'm no way saying that we shouldn't be doing that. As Amit rightly said, if, we need to, because the moment we talk about complex technology, we talk about the securities have to be put in place. The moment you are exposing your critical information on the digital channel, you need to ensure that you have zero opportunity to leave it open, because one incident like we have seen last couple of last week itself, bank in Bangladesh, $100 million, they have just kind of it was a kind of, I would say, lucky that the Fed caught the word foundation instead of foundation, and they saved at least 800 or 80 odd million. But yeah, we need to ensure that security is not at all taken for granted in this space. Having said that, while you do that, it takes a huge amount of time to deliver at the speed which our customers are expecting, or our management is expecting us to deliver. So that hampers on that. But I feel, as he rightly said, we should not take any chances on the security front, because one wrong incident can take you years behind.
Thank you. Samir, same question, but slightly different. What we just heard right now, Anup saying is that deployment on cloud, no way, and primarily referring to the core systems, primarily the core banking system, and also technology deployments primarily on the on-prem carrier require ROI, and typically would have a technology life cycle of probably 5 to 7 years and beyond. Now, within this background, how do you see adopting IT security related cloud deployments in this journey to provide superior solutions around customer experience and superior technology deployments around your core customer operations?
Okay, I think very similar thoughts. We've all moved some of the HR platforms already on cloud. We also moved some of the remittances platform on the cloud, and we are talking right now about moving some other areas as well. But look at it from a bank's perspective. We feel, and we've been using a virtual platform for a long time, and now we are going to virtualize our core as well. So from a cloud perspective, when we run our own private cloud, one of the aspects which comes out is that turnaround times should be very low. Can we produce it as of now? Answer is yes. Can I produce, for example, if somebody business demands that I need another platform to be deployed in the next 7-8 hours, the fact of the matter is we are able to deploy. So to each one its own, right? So for example, we have already invested in some area, and to kind of use it is pretty good. So the focus right now for us is more about transforming business differently. From a pure infrastructure perspective, most of us are fairly frugal. We know how we are operating, and we are able to add that kind of stuff. But are we going to experiment more and more on cloud? Yes. I would say that at least next 2 to 3 years, good 40-50% of platforms which we are running right now internally would have moved out. It's also a learning process. For example, as a bank, would we want to experiment with, let's say, internet banking channel moving out, and then we are trying to figure out how to control the risk around that. So I would rather put it like this: we know what we do, we experiment year by year, month by month, get experience of that and deploy. There is no need to be urgent about it, because cloud, while it gives all the benefits of urgency, if you are able to solve them upfront, yes. I would rather reduce the risk of deployment right now in these critical areas, and then add as we go forward. So that's the journey which we are taking, and I think there's no risk to it. Right now, business is more looking at how do you get new features, how do you engage with the customer differently. From business perspective, very little dialogue on do you want to reduce costs. Yeah, that's how it is.
Thank you, Samir, for your thoughts. Basim sir, the same question, you are one of the panelists who will provide us insight on how this is being deployed in the nationalized banks, and keeping it very short and generic, how have you seen these intensive technology solutions helping you around cloud for providing a superior banking operations and superior customer service and creating that customer out?
So in the SBI, we are using extensively private cloud. So currently, we have more than 15,000 VMs deployed on the private cloud. And our kiosk banking, which has 60,000 BCs registered on that, and 20,000 BCs concurrently logged on daily on that, is running on the cloud. And the digital wallet, which is SBI Buddy, is hosted on cloud. The wealth, recently we launched the wealth business, that is totally hosted on cloud. So we are extensively using the cloud, where the not only the core product processor, but the channels, so and remittances and payments engines. So all of spectrum of the complete your reference architecture of a banking is hosted on the cloud currently. We are exploring, how to go about the public cloud, where in the event of the large loads, especially towards the year end, where you have a huge amount of advance tax payments coming in, or the provident fund payments coming in, or there are various peak seasons where you can, the bank may not have all the time the huge elasticity in their infrastructure, where the public cloud infrastructure could be leveraged to get the extra headroom of the infrastructure without losing the confidentiality of the customer or a financial or sensitive data as well. So those are the areas we are exploring as of now. But in terms of we are looking public cloud for certain areas which are quite evident, for the leads management, for the you can say the application development and performance testing areas, where only test data, not the customer data, is hosted or used in the processes. And we are looking at for driving like some of the utility services, which could be your mail services, HR functions, as we have discussed, which could be hosted on the public cloud. However, they could be, as per the RBI regulations, within the country, and where not only the main data center, but the DR, BCP, all locations are in country hosted, and these data centers are isolated from the public networks. So, so that is the kind of areas we are looking at. And we are currently working on one of a very ambitious program, where we are deploying our top 10 branch applications on a very huge cloud, which will be the almost 4 or 5 times of our current private cloud. So, so cloud utilization, leveraging the cloud is very extensively is in use in the SBI in a nutshell. And in terms of security, we are putting the data governance in place so that the high, low and medium, we are segregating the data under those categories. And based on that, we will make a decision that which applications should be exposed to the cloud. And in terms of customer experience, as I told you that we are looking to leverage the cloud for having a better elasticity so that people don't miss out their tax payments because the systems are heavily loaded and they are not responding well. So the high availability, responsiveness of the system as well as high availability should be ensured. These are the areas where we are looking. And in terms of further going on to security, we are looking at some of the cloud technologies where we can host our data into the public cloud, but it is completely encrypted and secured where the keys are maintained and owned by the bank. And we are evaluating whether there are these kind of technologies where the political influence, like normally we have been seeing like Apple into the lot of legal battles with the the Fed or the US government, and similarly Microsoft and other people as well. So we are looking at the cloud evaluation, those areas as well.
Right.
But when it comes to the operational success, we have seen based on our procurement processes, like in the public sector, as we all know, the procurement process is very lengthy. So cloud is helping us to bring a lot of agility in the delivery and putting the DevOps model so that the deliveries could be much more faster. So these are the areas actually I can summarize that where we are using and leveraging the cloud technologies.
Thank you so much, Bhasin Saab, on your thoughts on this topic. Venkat, as a knowledge partner, as an industry expert in banking, when you do conversations with CIOs around adoption of intensive solutions, technology solutions which primarily are used for enhancing a customer experience or enhancing and optimizing the business operations of a bank, what are those trends which you are seeing around cloud computing? What is that adoption which is happening in your conversations with these CIOs and CTOs?
First of all, thank you, Sailesh. I'll split my answer in two parts. The first part was I was pretty happy to see a lot of skepticism about cloud, which I think is right given our current evolution. The Reserve Bank really does not dictate in the current set of rules that they prescribe, except prescribing that it should be within the country, it should be subject to audit. So there's a lot of bit of a cloud around how to kind of leverage this. But I think Bhasin Saab made a very interesting point. Given that we are in a completely digital age, the competition is going to come from fintechs, companies which are non-traditional. I expect all these banks to kind of expand their scope of operation to really take on the fintechs, which means you're going to have a huge digitally integrated ecosystem which will obviously cater to multiple types of interactions. We heard about the telecom thing from Himanshu in the morning, and I suspect bulk of what they will do is also getting into the e-commerce space in a way, and some of the banks have actually started building that ecosystem. Because if you are not relevant to your consumer at the point of truth, which is the point of interaction, you're not going to be the preferred option for a payment, right? And it applies to all my banking friends here. So they will have to develop a very serious ecosystem, a very frictionless way of interacting, and the most preferred option. This essentially means that they will have to build some kind of a community-based model to make it relevant to my sphere of influence. If I'm a student, it has to mimic my world of thought, otherwise I'm not going to feel very comfortable. I also heard Himanshu mentioning about gaming-based models, very
Gamification.
Yeah, gamification and gaming-based models, very popular with the younger, less than 30 years. So these are the models that I expect the banks and the financial industry to kind of launch because of the competition that is breathing down. Which goes back to an interesting thought that Mr. Bhasin made. Elasticity, I think, is going to be the need of the hour because you're going to compete in an open system. You're going to have volumes. You're going to have more of the Republic Day, Independence Day, 25th January, 1st January kind of offers where the banking system is going to be tightly integrated with the entire broader ecosystem, right? So I think cloud in a way would address that demand and supply and give them the flexibility to launch very quickly, build capacity and not lose the sale. More important, if you lost the moment of truth, you lost the sale, right? That's one point I wanted to make. The second, I think in a way there's a measured response. And it's a little disheartening in my view as an industry coming from IBM to see that Reserve Bank offered the best opportunity for 21 new banks to take on this new paradigm. And there was a talk I know from a couple of consulting firms to put together a broader ecosystem of a cloud-based offering, which would have given them a common platform, which is more of the compute infrastructure and the CBS, but the differentiating elements could have been built within their own bank. But I think most of us got tempted in the process to kind of build our own infrastructure, and imagine the kind of infrastructure that each bank is building. Each bank, I guess, is investing about $50 to $100 million in trying to create it. So I think the short answer, I think I kind of support all my colleagues' view on the panel saying that there are baby steps that we have taken. But in my own view, I think looking at the startups and the fintechs who are born on the cloud, who consume a lot of our solutions today, I think they're going to be a serious threat. So it is important that my colleagues in the industry take note of that and kind of respond. The second thing, I think Amit made a very interesting observation about operational excellence, and there are several dimensions to it. We all talk of digital banks. I'm sure all of us here, kind of have taken digital to a new level just beyond the apps. But I think one thing that you have to bear in mind is that at the back of all this is a lot of legacy applications sitting on it. And how do you really crunch this to ensure that your customer experience at the moment of truth is truly digital, which means if I apply for a loan and I'm profiled as a risk-free applicant, I have a risk scoring mechanism of digitally scoring me online with whatever surrogate data that I can use or even CIBIL data if it's available, I should be able to get an instant loan, right, in a matter of seconds. And I think that is an area where I think significant investment needs to be done by member banks. And one of the areas I think would seriously make a difference is the area of cognitive computing, which we are obviously one of the pioneers in this area. We've launched our Watson, which is now in production. So the entire gamut of self-service, ability to get customer engagements more meaningfully going, by building and training a machine to learn and understand comprehensively, and able to interact with the customer and kind of de-link and demystify that entire interaction, take it out of the front-end interaction, which could be used for more relationship-based services, high-value products, would surely improve the efficiency because you're removing the mundane out by machines and systems, but you're really reserving the best for the clients where you could really talk of high-value products, cross-sell, upsell, deep sell, whatever is relevant to the customer. This is my short view of what I thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Venkat. Arun, in your view around conversations with CIOs and CTOs when you're trying to provide cloud mobility solution and virtualization solutions, how do you see this offtake of, and primarily not just offtake, primary adoption of these intensive technology solutions, which primarily revolve around customer experience, revolve around optimization of banking operations, and your views around it?
Yeah, so if I just abstract it to a layer above, if you think about the concept of the digital economy and where customers are heading today, there's kind of three underlying, I would say, themes that are emerging. One is hyperscale, second is extreme automation, and then third, going back to what Amit I think started with, which is security is just inbuilt and ingrained into the entire infrastructure. And I think when I look at what has happened over the last 2 to 3 years in India, we've seen phenomenal adoption. I mean, Shiv Bhasin Saab talked about what SBI has done on the cloud. I mean, that's, in terms of the scale at which they've gone from zero to where they are today, it's something that really, I would say, would probably stick up, at the top of the charts in terms of adoption. But globally, if you go back and if you think about what's happening to a lot of the banks, and we, on an average, we probably run somewhere in the vicinity of about, at the lowest end about 100,000 to let's say 500,000 VMs for most of the large banks in the world. They're all starting to operate like software companies. In fact, that's the mantra. If you talk to the ING CTO, it says we have to think and operate like a software company. We have to build for scale. We have to build for
automation. We might be a bank, but we have to build and operate like we're a software organization, right? And so when you think about it from that standpoint, and you go back to the concept of security, security should not be an impediment. And I think this is probably, I say this more often than not, security needs a complete, I would say, tear up and rework again. Because unfortunately, if you look at security over the last 20 years, we've thought about security as outside in. Today, security has to be built into your application infrastructure, which means the traditional appliance-based models become a huge bottleneck, right? So when you think about cloud and security in that aspects, what we're seeing most CIOs do is basically go back and say, is the architecture of what we have within IT today going to help us scale? And I think in organizations like SBI, with pretty much every one of these gentlemen on my right are customers that we work with, those are the conversations that we're having, which is how do we transform the way IT looks today to where it needs to be? Because if you look at a JP Morgan Chase, if you look at a Barclays, I know Wasim Saab came from there, their infrastructure today is very different from 10 years back, right? Because they cannot get to the hyperscale that they want to be able to take on the competition that's coming at them. And I think that's the big difference that we're seeing, I would say, in the last 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Arun, for your thoughts. Let me, so while we had planned for many questions, this would be the last question. And here, I'd like to borrow a thought which Himanshu Kampania mentioned in his slide, where he showed the Ansoff matrix talking about existing products, existing markets, new products, existing markets, and completely new markets and new products for unrelated diversification. And within this background, let me start in the reverse order again with you, Arun. Given the kind of advent of data which is available through analytics, through social media, through cloud and enterprise mobility, how do you then, when in your conversations with CIOs and CTOs, help them design products and services which are attuned to the feed which is coming from the analytics, which is coming from probably from the cloud, from the enterprise mobility feeds, and how do you design these individual products and solutions, which probably Himanshu spoke about?
Well, that was a long question.
Let me make it short.
Okay.
How do you design new products and new services through the feeds which come to you from big data, from data analytics? You're getting your analytics from various feeds, various customer feeds.
So I think the way we're approaching this is in 3 aspects, right? I think somebody touched upon the issue that, while we're talking about all of these operational excellences and trying to get to new products, one of the things that pulls us back is legacy applications, right? In fact, I saw a report recently that said if you look at the top 10 banks in North America today, 70% of the applications that they're deploying are all from cloud-based or cloud-native application providers that have come from nowhere. These are not your standard banking application providers, but these are a new set of players who have come with very niche capabilities, right? So when you think about how do I generate new products in new markets, I think one of the first issues that everybody is dealing, going back to the same 3 concepts, my answer is not going to change dramatically because it goes back to the same issues. Are you ready for that hyperscale? Because, for example, right, if earlier you were dealing with tens and thousands of users, with mobility today you're dealing with hundreds of millions of users. Now, hundreds of millions of users on a device is generating so much of data and traffic on your backend, your data centers today need to be ready to be able to handle that kind of load, right? So it goes back to hyperscale, it goes back to the automation, and so most of the conversations we have, and we are predominantly an infrastructure player, right? We look at infrastructure from end-to-end, device to data center. Our whole focus with our customers is how do you create a platform that's open? How do you create a platform that's mobile in its fundamental construct? And how do you create a platform that scales with the need? Now, there's a lot of conversation about public and private cloud. To me, these are just resource pools. The question is, does your architecture support the mobility? And I think that is really the challenge that most of the CIOs face today. Can I move my application and workloads in and out with ease, right? And will that allow me to therefore create new capabilities, new products, and address new markets? That is where most of our conversations are focused with CIOs today.
Thank you, Arun. Venkat, your thoughts on, personalized product delivery and personalized customer service through big data analytics?
Yeah, so it's a vast subject. I'm sure my colleagues on the other side will also have their point of view. Our view is very simple. I think everything boils down to the personalization and the segmentation of one, which I think Himanshu rightly kind of articulated in the morning. But it's very, very difficult to achieve given that you need to know your customer, you need to build a 360-degree view, which I'm sure everyone has built in the past. And that's only a small envelope, what I call a structured data. So if you ask about my bank, does it know me fully? I presume it does because it has transaction data, it has the interaction data, it looks at my social profile. It's trying to make a typical profile of me as an individual, right? Given my life events and things like that. My sense is that's not good enough. I think you just get a picture of what the person is, but beyond that, I think there's a lot of unstructured data, and this applies not only to individuals, but to the corporates, and I'll come to that in a minute because there's a concern about stressed assets, which I want to touch upon in the end. I think the ability to kind of deliver a product at the time of interaction is best done if you know the profile. Second, if you know my channel preferences, which essentially means that you have to orchestrate an omni-channel integration layer to ensure that if I come to the call center, I drop off for some reason, I come back to my mobile application, it should be able to recognize that I was there for a particular purpose, which means basically click analytics has to be delivered, underlying the entire point of view. And I think that's where you got to marry and the rubber hits the road. Specific orchestration of products which are essentially suited for my profile also comes from a bigger issue of product factory, and we call this a product factory because most of the banks by design are using core banking systems where to actually introduce a product on the fly is a huge challenge, not only from a regulation which we need to kind of think of, but your ability to deliver a product which suits my my profile. A student at 22 of today's generation is not what I was when I was 22. I couldn't even get a loan for $2,000, right, in my days. So if you were to just take that paradigm, introduction of new products on the fly demands a little bit of shift. This is where I feel some of our banks will have to think of replacing that concept with a product factory, which essentially means the kind of a SOA-based approach to build products on the fly. That's the third dimension I feel we have not yet delivered. But the first two, many of my friends across the dais here have already started implementing the omni-channel integration so that the experience is personally relevant, personally very engaging, and also makes an effort to communicate with me the most relevant choice for me. And that applies to locational-based systems that we are very popular today. So that's easily delivered. What has not been attempted is a large portion of unstructured data, which is lying everywhere. It lies in all the reports, it lies in all the blogs, it lies in virtually every source of information from Twitter to Facebook to LinkedIn, which requires a completely different paradigm, and that's why I said I briefly touched upon it. I think the cognitive world, which is the science of reasoning and synthesis, is completely missing because what you know is the common data which is bits and bytes, which you're very familiar with, and everybody here has built huge data warehouses, data marts to ensure that that part is alive. But this part is completely absent. I don't think anybody here in this room would believe that there are tools and technologies that have been used in the past to profile something beyond what you already see, right? So that is an area where I think there is significant scope of technology, and I think Amit rightly observed, the future of unstructured data lies in our ability to teach the machine, for the machine to learn, and for the machine to then profile me based on the unstructured part of data, which I think is the next big thing. But I'll come back to the other point, which I think is a concern for the industry, which is about stressed assets. We've seen it in the papers, in the media in the last few days. What is interesting is, I don't think anybody has thought of applying machine learning and mining of unstructured data to predict not only the increase in stress in a particular sector or a sectoral stress, but also to kind of understand the promoter background profile, whatever be the complex maze that we are aware of. So there's another application that we are currently working with the Reserve Bank just to develop that model. It's still under proof of concept. But it's an interesting paradigm to talk about not only the state of the industry from a Reserve Bank's ability to predict the state from a sectoral point of view, but for the member banks come back with a slightly more reliable model of not only relying on predictive analytics, which is one part of the science, but also on cognitive part, which will tell us which sector is going to be stressed in the next couple of years, depending on all the information that we're able to mine about the sector, and most likely who's the promoter who's under stress, so that the banks have a lot more prudence in their lending when they approach such of these customers. Thanks.
Thanks, Venkat. Thanks,
Sorry,
especially.
I would just like to add a little bit to what Venkat said. So while I totally agree with you in terms of that lots of unstructured data available in the various part of whether it's a social or a Twitter, but the challenge which bank face to get the data, while we can get the data related to industries easily, we can't get a data related to customers without his consent. So today even I have a kind of a 2 million customers which I have, I still can't go to Facebook and get their data without getting their consent. So that is a challenge. I'm sure Amit would agree on that front as well. That's the challenge for us.
But my answer to that is, if you look at the generation, everybody clicks on an app by just reading it or not reading it, and everything that you do by clicking is you almost surrender your rights to privatize your data, right? So my sense is going forward, it will almost become ubiquitous that the moment you click on an app, you have surrendered your privacy and data is going to be made available, right? I think that's the generation of the future that I see.
So, thanks for your views on unstructured data primarily. Basim Saab, just twisting or changing the question a bit, still keeping in the contours of the big data and how do you provide newer product deliveries and newer customer service experiences through these feeds. SBI being the largest bank has the largest amount of data. The kind of data mining, the kind of data warehousing which probably State Bank of India does, probably not many others would come close to that. In your experience within this data warehousing, what are these insights which you've got and how you have, how it has helped the bank to deliver, if not newer products, then newer customer experience?
Yeah, actually, you rightly said, actually, we have I think one of the largest data warehouse, and the per day, because of just sheer number of, more than 500 million plus accounts we have, and the transactions hitting the core banking system, the data going into the, the data warehouse, causes about 4 TB of incremental data every day in the data warehouse. So huge amount of data which we have, and which is very, very valuable asset to the bank. So we are leveraging it in multiple ways, some within the data warehouse, some using the data warehouse as our data source, but analytics being carried out in a big data modeling using Hadoop. So we are, some of the use cases I will illustrate because it is a very long story. So one of the use case we are currently using it in the branch. So we have re-engineered our branch client, where we are using the customer data analytics. Whenever the customer is being served, the teller gets to know that whether the customer has the right contact information in terms of the mobile number, in terms of whether he has the KYC compliance in place or not, and from the cross-sell perspective, what kind of accounts or deposits he is maintaining with us, and whether within our group companies, whether we can offer him a mutual fund or a insurance product. So these are we in our re-engineered branch client we have built, and we are in the process of enriching this analytics experience for the customer while servicing in the branches. And we are taking it further into our e-channels as well. So in the e-channels, we are in the phase of right now, in the build stage right now, it has not been rolled out to the customers, where we are capturing his deposits. We are looking at providing him some tools in terms of kind of gamification, but at the same time, he is as Venkat mentioned, every click being captured. So we are looking at what all his various payments transactions are going to be, how his investments are vis-a-vis his daily expenses are there. So can we give him as a proactive some of the advices? So we are working on those areas in terms of giving a more aggregated one view of his complete portfolio, which is coming out of a single view from the data warehouse. And again, going to the the other area which is linked with the social media, where our social media team with the data warehouse looking at with our existing borrowers, some of them their addresses get updated, changed, but they are not available in our records. So we are looking at getting the some of the leads for collections areas from the social media, which is again carried out using the analytics models. Then we are looking at leveraging the analytics on we are in the middle of this, deploying some of the analytics systems where the customer goes to one particular branch and he has applied, his loan gets declined. When he goes to another branch and he tries to jumble up his intelligently his data, so we can prevent such kind of customers. And so we are working on some of those analytics models as well. And further, we are looking at defining a more real-time analytics, where we are deploying the data lakes and Hadoop-based models along, because the current data warehouse which we use, it has got a capability of a big data in the current appliance, and using the Hadoop framework with the social media integration and with the data lake, in all these combination of these three technologies, we want to have a real-time analytics put in place, so that while the customer is shopping using the State Bank of India instruments, either a debit card, he can be offered he can be given some offers where on the real-time basis, so which could be some of the discounts, or which could be the breaking down the offer into terms of EMI if he wants to buy some product. And then going into the newer areas, we are investing heavily onto the analytics. We have around 30 people team of analytics team, which we are growing further to make the analytics to improve our cross-sell. We are working on the CRM initiative, where all these analytics will be leveraged much more effectively. We have already, on the stressed asset side, we have already developed some of the early warning systems, where based on the various web crawlers, risks are assessed from the newspapers, from the social media, from the various electronic channels, and then the promoters or the various directors of the companies, their risks are assessed and presented to the bank and the credit appraisers, and so that is already in place. We have already deployed that. So a lot of investment is going on, and we see the cloud and the analytics in SBI going leaps and bounds. It is going to be like every year, probably not only twice, but it is going to go multi-fold way. So right. That's about the SBI.
Thank you, Basin Saab. You can possibly speak so much on this topic because of the sheer size of data also being generated within the SBI, and actually can do a lot of mining around that data. Samir, in your quest in terms of providing new product delivery models, new customer service models through the analytics which comes through the big data, what has been your experience? What has been your bank's experience in using this to your advantage?
Okay, I think before I start, I just want to sit, I'm just sitting next to the SBI CTO, and the size obviously is very, very large out there. But interestingly, small is actually good now. So from our perspective, that we are the change agents. As part of technology team, we are change agents. So when we are talking about analytics has to be burnt not just in let's say stressed assets or backend processing. It has to be embedded as part of your omni-channel platform itself, right? So right now what we are focusing on is bringing it on the fore. So we are right now implementing an omni-channel platform which will be able to cater to the servicing across board and trying to embed the real-time responses out there. For example, that's a place where the customer is more and more keen to act. Suppose if I am online and I am able to get a new loan offer, I may have a chance to click yes. If I get a cold mail later on, I may not be able to respond. So that's an area we are working on. In terms of internal areas of big analytics, I think early warnings is the area where we had worked a long time back. But as we go forward, including in HR, we are working on a sort of algorithm to figure out which kind of employees to hire, even based on the CVs which we get or the profile of the employee. We are trying to see on a finance side if we can do some algorithms around that. So in each area we are trying to do that. It's a work in progress for most of us as I can see. But I just want to relook at who we are and what we are doing right now. So what has happened is, I think these new banks which are coming in the ground has given us a lot of focus from a technology and digital perspective, which is good for us. It's a jolt which has come. It's good for us, good for the customers themselves, because customers are moving fast. Also from our organization internally, if you look at the culture is changing fast. We sitting in technology can create new platforms pretty fast, right? So for example, you want to create new product, omni-channel product, I think it will take 6 months, you put 8, 10 good guys in and you will be able to create it. It's not about that, it's about adoption. So when you build it, you need to be able to create an ROI about it, which is at least 100 times what you invest into that, right? Otherwise, technology is of no use. You invest something and then ROI is that 30% more. So we are not in the business of only technology. So each of the business case or use case we create, we should be able to create revenue which is far more, maybe I would say 100 times the impact. If I don't create, I don't have value. So to that extent, I think in each area where we do, what we intend to do is we build that framework and work dramatically on adoption. So when we build a use case in the bank, for example, we came back with a Zippy product which is completely online term deposit. We've done intensive work with the product team to see that it gets adopted end to end. We are working directly with branches, directly with each subunits to ensure that so-called tech fluence moves on from there. So adoption is key, I guess. Pure technology will not work for us, and I think P&L hit is most critical. We need to be positive out there.
Thanks, Amiz. Indeed, small is beautiful, and the only name of the game is agility and nimbleness in this era of technology. So, you already gave some thoughts around big data and primarily around unstructured data, and in your views, how probably is Yes Bank deploying new product delivery models and these newer customer service models with the insights coming through big data analytics?
So while my esteemed panelists have already spoken huge about it, I'll put up a little but a very contrarian view to the data warehousing and the analytics what we talk about. So yes, data warehousing as far as I'm concerned is the past. In terms of you don't want to blow the amount of data SBI generates in terms of having in a data warehouse, it's of not much use. We need to move towards a distributed data lakes kind of a model wherein you have a Hadoop servers wherein everything is in there, and you have right models defined and algorithm defined to make use of that. Data analytics is such a vast word. If there is no method put to this madness, business will get lost. So it's important to build the right models in place. I'll just go back to Mr. Himanshu's presentation. He has almost 4,000 segments defined, which means he has a 4,000 set of targeted customers whom he wants to convert into that. The smaller the segment you define, more focused your acquisition or your servicing capability increases. Gone are the days wherein you had in a banking, you had a customer segment of, okay, this is the age so and so is a one kind of a segment. So today the segments are totally different. It could be a person traveling from Borivali to Dadar, catching a local at 8:20, reaches in the office at 9, coming back at 7 in the evening, on Fridays having beer at White Owl, and on Sunday evening having a kind of a lunch somewhere. So this forms one segment of that. Likewise, the definition of segments have changed. If you don't get that right,
I feel we will not be able to make use of that data intelligently. So that's very key. The right segment and giving it at the right time to the right business, it's key. Thank you so much, Anup. We started the panel discussion with you, Amit. We'll end with you also. The same question for Axis Bank deploying innovative product delivery solutions and also at the same time able to provide some unique customer service solutions due to insights coming from your big data engine and big data analytics.
Yeah, sure. So, a lot has been spoken about it. In a way, some of what I'm going to say is going to be a summary of what people are saying. I will add some part to it. Two very important parts of the way this journey has taken place within banks and other organizations. The first part is that analytics is moving now more and more in line rather than offline. So when I'm saying inline, it's part of a transaction, and transaction could be anything. Transaction could be what the customer is doing, what my bank staff is doing in the branch, or my operations guy is doing, or anyone is doing as a decision maker. It could be in the risk department or anywhere else. So I'm just going to talk of some of the use cases which are already live, which are happening in the banking sector. Risk management, very, very important. Today you swipe a card, there is an online engine which looks at various parameters including structured, unstructured data to take a call whether we should pass this transaction or not. Look at offers, standing or swiping a card somewhere or being on a particular site or going to my mobile app and trying to do something. There is an engine which is working in real time which is trying to figure out where you are, what's your location, what you're trying to do, and should I make this offer, what's your profile. So, transactions are, so analytics is totally moving in line. There are two very important aspects of this. One is obviously you need a very, very good engine at the back end to process this solution. But to build this whole agile framework, because analytics on its own cannot survive, it has to get embedded in a transaction. And I will touch upon what one of the colleagues had mentioned, building a very good SWA-based framework. If you are able to build a service model-based framework, you can call a service and embed it in as a part of a journey very easily. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to embed it in core systems or some of the old legacy systems. So it's very important to have an agile SWA-based framework to embed analytics as a part of this. The second part which is important is that organizations now are creating huge data lakes. So gone are the days of data warehouses. This is like data lake, data reservoir, where you hardly throw away any data. You are consuming both structured, unstructured data, obviously keeping in mind the privacy issues. You try and pull in as much as you are allowed to pull in from the customer's side. And once you have that kind of a data and an insight on the customer, today the segmentation are moving away from 5, 10,000 to what we are saying is a segment of infinity. Infinity meaning that every individual will become a segment. So I can today profile an individual and what we broadly call as a customer genome. This is what Shailesh is, this is what Amit is. And we can now boil down to make customized offer as per your own profile. Obviously this is a journey, it's just started. It will take us maybe some time before we fine tune it and make it much better, but that is the journey in which everyone is undertaking. So and the third one, which I had started with in the beginning, I think artificial intelligence, parts of it, cognitive, neural sciences are more and more becoming important. They could be used at the point of sale where a person can ask a natural language question and get an answer as if he's talking to a human while machines are processing it, down to actually looking at things more and more intelligently for decision making, decision support across the board. As a matter of fact, today many banks, and I think most of the banks, have the capability to do underwriting, risk underwriting almost on a real-time basis. You go and ask for a credit card or a personal loan, you should be able to get it in seconds. Gone are the days when it used to take few days for someone to go and process it. And this is all built on the infrastructure of SWA-based architecture plus the ability to do real-time integration and real-time analytics. So I think it's a very interesting field. This is one field which is definitely going to blow up in terms of technology adoption across the board.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insights. Just to summarize, if we were to not to deploy intensive technology solutions, primarily providing optimizations towards banking operations and towards customer service, not actually provide product delivery based on the insights of data analytics, not provide those superior customer experience solutions using the power of cloud in the background of the big data analytics and the enterprise mobility, and that to an immediate future, we would be dead man walking man. Thank you, friends. We've used 57 minutes of the 1 hour dedicated for this panel discussion. I would now ask the audience to put up questions to the panelists. Considering the time constraint, I would request we restrict it to just 2 or 3 questions. My advance apologies to restricting it to just 2 or 3 questions. Yeah. To any of the panelists, to me. Can we have a mic at the end?
Good morning. Thanks for a wonderful, insightful discussion. I come from a company that serves more on the unbanked population. I'm a business correspondence company, represent business correspondence company. My name is Shashidhar. My question is more around that space. We talked a lot about cloud, how to put things on cloud and how to analyze the data that is already there. But what about the data that is not there? In the sense, I think 70 to 80% of the population still are not on the real banking platform. I'm sure the bank accounts are open, but a lot of transactions are yet to happen. So what do we do in terms of actually cater to that population that is still largely unbanked? I'm talking about a financial inclusion piece of it. How do we use technology to actually reach those and deliver the real banking into the real India? I would like to hear some insights on that front.
Would you like this question to be taken by somebody, or anyone of the panelists could take it?
Fine.
So,
yeah, okay. So
let Amit take it.
I'll start with my two. You can add up. Most important part of reaching what we call as the rural belt of India has been connectivity, and we just heard that that is something which is happening, which has happened in a big way, and will expand over the years. And what wireless has done in India is something what wired connectivity could never do. We could never reach with the wired internet to the millions of people staying in the rural India. Now with wireless we are able to reach a lot, which means that even banking or service providers can now reach those places with their own tablets, with their own mobile phones, while these people can also use some of the solutions on their mobile phones. So reach is one issue which I think is getting sorted out, or which has happened over a period of time, which is very, very important, or the basic of doing banking or any transactions. Second important part which has happened in the country is the identification. That was a challenge before. Who is the person you are talking to? If you're talking of micro loans and all, whether this guy is the same guy which is there across the system. And Aadhaar has actually helped a lot with its almost all pervasive spread now in most of the rural areas to ensure that we have a unique identification across people with biometric and all that. So these two initiatives have really helped push rural banking or rural financial services in the right directions. Obviously, there are a lot of other things which are happening, and I would request my colleague from IBM to talk about some of the stuff they have done, which I had seen. It's very interesting stuff. But a lot of other information is getting created because of these two infrastructures on the rural side, which is helping us in doing banking.
Yeah, please allow me to add here in the background that we already are exceeding our time limit.
I'll just put one point on that. I'll just like to highlight what Himanshu said. Out of 1 billion phones deployed in India, only 150 million are smartphone. Over 800,000 phones are feature phone. While he said that it will take another 5 years to complete that journey, wherein most part of the phones will be replaced by smartphone. But at 5 years, how can we provide services to those people via wireless, because that is the only media available in rural location. How do we provide banking services on that? So I can tell about Yes Bank, where we will be launching in this month a SIM-based solution, a sleeve-based solution, which is a sticker which you can put it onto your SIM, and you can put it into the mobile feature phone, mobile phone, and it will allow you to carry out transactions, financial and non-financial, irrespective whether you have a data connectivity or not. As long as you have a mobile and a voice connectivity, you are able to carry out. So as the Yes Bank, we are focusing in that direction to target those 800 million feature phone customers who probably are the ones who are, I would say, underprivileged in terms of availing the services which are available to smartphones.
I think just adding that on the Himanshu as was mentioning that there is a USSD channel as well, and a huge amount of transactions were shown in the USSD channel for customer service aspect. But these telcos are using USSD as a monopoly, and they are not reducing the price of that, which is curtailing the financial inclusion as well, because the USSD is the most single channel which is very cheapest, which does not require any kind of a huge internet connectivity, or no internet connectivity is required. It does not require a constant huge strength of the signal as well. Even with a low strength signal in a location, it can serve the purpose. And if we use USSD channel at a very effective way, we can include a lot of people into the financial services net, which is not used very effectively. The session cost is very high, 1 rupee 50 paisa or more per session, and per minute as well. Some places, some of the operators are offering 2 rupee per 3 minute, or so prices are also not uniform. So TRAI has to do a lot. I think we need to go to the TRAI, and we need to break this monopoly of the USSD and bring down the session cost to 10 paisa per session, and really go for the financial inclusion and using the USSD channel more effectively. Even the NPCI, NUUP has not been very effectively leveraged because of these reasons.
Correct. Thank you, Basim Saab. In the interest of time, my apologies. We would have to end the session here. What I would suggest and request is, if there are any further questions to the esteemed panelists, you could possibly get the email IDs and have it answered there, or when they are available during the networking breaks, you could put it across to them. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience. Thanks for hearing us out patiently, and thank you.
Panel members to please remain on the stage as well, and while I'd like to thank them, I'd like to invite Mr. Dharmesh Kapoor from Times Conferences Limited to please present the mementos to all of our panel members.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. I'm going to request you all to come together for a group photograph one last time as well, all our panel members. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to also urge all of you to please connect with our speakers offline, that is during the tea and coffee breaks, in case of any further queries. As of now, we're going to be marching for a very quick tea coffee break, and the scheduled break is only for 10 minutes. I'm going to request all of you to please reassemble in the hall in exactly 10 minutes for our next panel discussion. Enjoy your tea coffee break. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello, two, check, check. Hello, hello, two. Hello, two, check, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, hey, 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 two. वो साइड का है? Hello. Hello, two, check. Hello. Hello, two, check, check. Hey, 2, 1, 2, check. 1, 2, hey, two, check. Hey, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion is about to begin. We kindly request everyone in the pre-function area to please proceed inside the conference hall. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request all our members of the audience in the pre-function area to please proceed inside the conference hall. The next panel discussion is about to begin. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Firstly, huge thanks to those who actually came in time or on time, so thank you so much for that. We're not going to delay, we're going to get started with the panel discussion, and meanwhile I'm also going to request all the members of the audience in the pre-function area to very quickly proceed inside the hall. Also another announcement with regard to the Flock app. So we hope you have downloaded the app, because that will be the most smoother way to approach in terms of communicating your views and keep those discussions ongoing with regard to all that's happening during the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to march ahead with our next panel discussion. This is the Financial Services panel and focuses on the theme Transforming Legacy Operating Models, Process versus Efficiency. I'd like to invite our panel members on the stage. Firstly, I'd like to invite Mr. Lalit Popli, Head IT, ICICI Prudential Asset Management, to please come on stage. May I also invite Mr. Shashi Kumar Ravulapati, Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Reliance Commercial Finance. Mr. Nafees Ahmed, Group Chief Information Officer with India Bills Group. Mr. Suresh A. Shanmugam, Head Business Information Technology Solutions, Mahindra & Mahindra Financial Services Group. Mr. Shankar Singh Banerjee, Chief Technology Officer, National Stock Exchange. And our session moderator, Mr. Ravindra S. Rao, Chief Executive Officer, Fullerton India Home Finance Company. I see limited audience, but we can have some unlimited energy when we welcome all our panel members. Can we have an enthusiastic round of applause? We love the sound of it. I'd like to hand over the proceedings to Mr. Rao. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Companies are competing with each other given the strength of the knowledge workers. And that's a term which has been coined by Peter Drucker 5 decades ago. But in reality, we do not know how much time all of us spend in really innovating and thinking about the future. So every organization is taking its time to come up the digital curve. Every organization wants to automate, and that is the tone for today's panel discussion. We promise you some interesting insights. I was talking to the esteemed panelists a short while over tea, and we promise you some path-breaking ideas. So let me first start with my question, and it's no particular order. So the first question that I'm posing is to Nafees. How would you look at driving the cultural shift of automation? Because someone once told me, when there is a resistance to change, you're in the direction.
Yeah.
And typically when you want to change all kind of processes, there are resistances of all kinds. So how do you manage that in such a broad work environment like yours?
It's difficult to manage, but definitely because automation is the way to go forward.
Yeah.
So ultimately what we are trying to do is, first thing is to convince the end user that it's going to help them. It's not against them, because I have seen the resistance, like people are scared about they will lose their jobs because of these automations. So we try to run the pilot projects, make them successful, show the pilot runs as a success story to the people, and then we move on. So we take small steps towards automation, and then it makes a difference. I mean, it cannot happen in a single step, because it's a cultural shift. So slowly the organization takes time to adopt the new processes and these automation processes.
Okay. Sashi, I would, given the fact that you are handling the back end for such a large enterprise at Reliance, what is your experience in terms of marrying the cultural shift that you see in the front line to what you would perceive about a technology and planning for the future?
Yeah. Of course, there's a cultural shift. Cultural shift happens in both personal and professional lives. But what my observation is, the same set of people who welcome the change in personal lives are showing some level of delay in that shifting cultures when they start adopting in their professional lives. When I say this, my observations are pretty simple. If I try to introduce some level of automation, if the front-end lines people, if they feel that this change is of some use to them, that is their day-to-day activity, then the adoption is very, very quick. And second important thing is, whatever from a technology side we deliver, if it is so complex, then also the adoption becomes very, very difficult. So how to make it simple and useful to the person or the set of people or the department, so that they perceive and add value to their day-to-day activity. Therefore, it translates into an organizational issue.
Okay. So if I can also add,
Sure.
It also has to be very open and truthful to why you're doing something. I think if you're very open about it, then the adoption increases much faster.
Okay. Lalit, continuing, startup entities today have an option of choosing new technologies. But if it was a going concern, when you already have technologies, you're already sunk in certain processes, what are the challenges that you think would be faced with such kind of companies to make those kind of technology revolutions and aligning the processes to that? Ultimately, everything is a challenge. So how does technology handle the challenges?
To first say that startup has the luxury, yes, they have the luxury of starting from scratch. But again, it depends on their budget, which technology. Sometimes they also do the same mistakes like what you would have done some years back in adopting some homegrown technology and then planning to move ahead. But coming to a going concern, yes, the challenges just multiply by 10-folds or even 20-folds, because your business is on and you have a new technology, you have to match your current process with the new technology.
the corporate knowledge of that adoption, some people may still be there, some may not be there. So to get the right set of people first to plan it out, to look at all interfaces. Today we are in the world of total data exchange happening all over the system. So just to say that as replace one system, in effect is a wrong statement because you are just taking one component out of the entire data flow that is happening. So you have to be even double sure and be more careful while doing it. So it's a big exercise by itself, not to be taken lightly, and maybe that is one of the outcome of such being so safe is that you carry some legacy applications much beyond the time that you should carry. But at the end of the day, you have to decide which needs to be replaced, and I can only say one of the big things that I have learned over a period of time is plan that give yourself a longer time than what your consultants or your team tells you they require to move that application. So if they give you 3 months, take 6 months. If they give you 6 months, do take 12 months, because you are going to run into some issues while you are implementing and transforming into a new technology, and you will require that amount of time and some extra budget to take care. Otherwise, you will be stuck in no man's land very fast.
Thank you. Automation is often perceived to drive lower cost, and the need of the hour is to operate through lean processes. So Suresh, given the fact that you operate in the semi-urban, the rural areas, how do you address the skyrocketing customer experience? Because customers today have a fair knowledge of the online, offline modules, the mobile apps which are now coming into play. How do you see that in your scheme of things, given the fact that connectivity could be an issue in the areas that you operate?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Mahindra Finance perspective, like for us, customer retention is one of the key firms. Part of Mahindra is keeping the customer continuing with us for a longer period. Where customer, if you see connectivity, again, it's not only just connectivity, even for us, electricity and reachability is also a big concern. But the slogan of companies is like "Do din mein badle din," means you reach to Mahindra any of the locations, you will get the disbursement or loan within 2 days. So we categorize 2 types. One is internal, external. So internal, we said like for the users, once or they're on field and trying to do collections, everything. Today they are getting their conveyance more than 3 to 4 months. So can we make it within 2 hours? So which are all the technology which we can use it? We started with geospatial to plot the data of the rural India again, which we don't have it. We had offline and online where he is able to send that information, whatever is collected, and it reaches the central system, he will get credit to his account within 2 hours. So that the executives, which they are having a concern of, they getting the conveyance and incentives, which is addressed. And now at least I can say fraudulence, by keeping an emotional touch, at least if you settle the money to the cashier, within 2 hours you will get your cash. So for the internal users, we are able to achieve it. For external users, again, we thought of bringing it out, behavioral patterns, how we can connect to them so that we can have an data where we can go back to them, because rural customers shy off with the information, they didn't speak out, they didn't come out in whatever format we say like that for particular surveys to be taken. Majority of the information is yes only, so they don't have something called no. So we said, can we create a behavioral aspects which talks about their likes, dislikes, where their interest and non-interest, which food they like, which geography they live in, what type of culture they are into, which type of religion, how they practice. Such behavioral patterns are taken back, and we go back to the customer with the interest, what best we can do from their side. And the rural customers, like even in our receipt, we print the astrological message, being in Kanya star, you will get your money back today. No? So such kind of things gives more comfort to the rural customer, transporters, especially transporters who believe in astrological message. And farmers, again, they believe in the climate update, which requires more for a day-to-day operation. So whichever is required at their end level, which we try to customize and bring it to them. And the reliability of information, like how it is agile and we can take back to them.
Again, as an offshoot of what you had just mentioned, predictive customer intelligence has always been a very intriguing area. Okay. And due to unstructured data, I think the earlier panel I picked up, there were a lot of discussions around data quality and general unavailability of data. So what are the steps that you've taken to improve this? Because overall this is going to enhance your revenues. It's also going to have a better customer experience as well if you have the right set of data.
See, we have divided two types of critical information. One is more for the regulators and compliance where we don't have compromise. So we have to bring out as much information which goes back to the backend systems. Another one is purely service, like how we can extend the service, how we can have more emotional contact. We say e-business, less of electronics, more of emotions. How to capture emotions so that we can go with the customer, we can be part of him. And we want to be more playing that life cycle of financial advisory with the customer for the 3 years, whichever he is trying to connect with us, which we try to extend. That's why I said like Mahindra Rice philosophy is to retain the customer and bring out the value system, which we try to use through the system. And structured and non-structured, again, like that information which comes part of the regulators, we made more structured. We didn't try to capture through unstructured way. But behavioral patterns, getting the like information which is captured through melas, local festivals, local traditional affairs which are happens, and that information could be in the system, which has the unstructured way, which we try to use that whichever available technology which is for to conversion of such information. Like today we have voice-based authentication. Even we started for the customers to do that, and we are able to even capture where again customers need through that IVR systems which is two-way. Like we can have a survey based on the multilingual systems we do. And again, multilingual, we go till the district level. Every language we have to go to the district level so that within the state at least it will have minimum 5 patterns, which is try to use it and we try to bring it back to the system. And structure and structure till now, the customer perspective, which we say majority of the regulated information are through structured way.
Okay. Riveted to the key theme, which is to transform the legacy operating models, process versus efficiency. I've often been told, and I've also read, if you want to be successful in digitizing process, don't rely on existing set of people, hire new people from outside because they have a freshness of perspective. And I would like to pose this question to both Sashi and Nafis again. What's your take on this, to get a freshness of perspective, or do you think that existing people would be futuristic and would be able to contribute to changing of the existing processes? Nafis, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, as far as this digitalization is concerned, I think the existing people are more productive when we introduce this digitalization in the process. So for example, in our home loan business, most of the files, earlier we used to move the physical files from one place to another place, and then it took a lot of time to do the underwriting and doing the field investigations, technical verifications and other things. Now we have digitized all this process. So now people are more adapted to this thing because it's easy for them to access the information just on a click of a button.
Because you still need the hard copies, you still need the papers.
You still need the hard copies, but when a file is coming to a branch in the south, so the people sitting here in Gurgaon, they have access to that information immediately once it is digitized in, for example, in Bangalore. Okay. So that's the way, that we have improved our processes and people are ready to adopt this because now they have access to the information immediately. So on the real-time basis, earlier it used to take a week time, now we can get that information same day.
Most of the underwriters, for example, love this word called touch and feel. So do you still have instances where people take printouts to read it, or they read it?
There are two things. Now, one is the operations people, underwriters, and there is a FCU unit we also have. So we have decentralized this thing. So they take samples from these branches, from different zones, and they do the fraud control units are working on that part.
I have a slightly different opinion and an experience here. Getting fresh people, yes, it matters, and they also drive something different from what we were doing for the past so many years. That I agree. But at the same time, if I try to bring an experienced person who was not with me earlier, it means that this person or set of people were working elsewhere. They were also in a similar situation elsewhere. They are trying to just move from place A to B. I'm not too sure whether this kind of freshness will bring a change, but what matters is when the ecosystem has totally changed, when people are ready to accept, for example, an electronic receipt in place of a paper receipt, that itself should ring a bell to us. Why I should not adopt an electronic receipt? So what we have done is, we have done somewhere a via media kind of a thing. Normally when I tell my son, probably he is not convinced, but a third person tells him, probably he will take it faster and he will adopt it. So we have adopted some help from, of course, the consultant or whoever it is. The idea is ours, but they drive the whole thing so that the adoption becomes much more structured and it has gone in through. But to take the same example, what we have done is, whatever this paperwork which we used to generate, that means internal paper generation, we have nearly stopped that. We depend on paper only from what the customer has to give us. That is unavoidable at the moment. So he gives a paper or he gives a scanned copy as well as the paper. So for at some stage of the whole process, the touch and feel is already there, but even if that touch and feel happens at a later stage, the whole process doesn't wait for this. The entire activity happens, and at a final stage, maybe there is some level of verification to authenticate whatever has been moved into the system and what is available on paper, whether they are same or not. That a quick activity happens. So that way the whole cultural change is being brought in now, and that is also helping us to reach the customer much faster. And customer is also happy. When the customer is giving good feedback at the front end line, people are quite happy about it, and the productivity levels also are improving in that sense. So that is how we have adopted. The internal processes are totally automated from a non-paper based processes, whereas when the customer gives, yes, we may have to take some paper, we do take paper. But the storage happens again in a scanned format. Wherever there is no need for paper to store, we don't store paper.
So just to add one more thing, I mean, even in case of customers, now we have started taking documents online. So they can submit their documents online, so we don't need to scan it also. And we process the loan, and once the customer comes for the final disbursement, then at that time we check the documents.
Suresh, what has been a success story at Mahindra in terms of innovation around digitization of processes?
See, here, like, I don't know, like now in our case, it's a demand versus supply. It's purely there, like I said, connectivity, whichever you take technology, it's a demand, need for the hour. And we can't overact smart by saying, no, we will do it later on. So we have to get into that. And like for us, success story is an electronic pass machine, which we have deployed, and it's almost 18,000 devices across the country, which again caters to three, what are the problems we said, like connectivity, electricity, and reachability. So electricity we made like it will run on the bike chargers, jeep chargers, and even hand charger. A guy who doesn't know to drive any one of the thing, they can use it. So that they can use the excuse of electricity is not there, support, power, alternate power is provided to them. Second is what, like connectivity, again it works more on the online, offline. On all the devices are patented in India, so device is available. It has a 2 GB memory slot, and all the KYC norms I can store as much as full branch data can be stored in the customer device. And when it reaches the mobility area, it searches and automatically sends the data back to the system. And whatever we say as a rural risk, which we are able to cater through this, where security mechanisms or be it data integrity, data information, how to secure it internally. Even the last receipt intentionally somebody plays with a device, it will store in a black box memory so that I will come to know any point of time. Majority people put in the hot water, they forcibly try to disengage so that the last receipt won't get captured. So even intentional things will come to know through the system, whichever is supported on that. And device-wise, like it's a mini computer for the executive. When he runs on field, he can take the full group, Mahindra group data using that internet, both online and offline. So he can sell any of the other products also for part of the group, which he can make use of it. The concept is what, like whichever we put like one particular element, like as analytical information, which serves for the full group. Like example, we have put something called climate update, where I want to find or trace whether executives on field. So we put some sensors and it will send the message back to the server to say whether the guy who is on field, whether that area is hot sun, shower, rain, whatever, the data will come back. And the same data is again getting refreshed every 2 hours. And the same data is transferred to tractor division wherever it's heavy rains. And wherever it's hot sun, then the pickups and other automobile industry, they will get a message saying these are the areas which goes on the other side. So the climate, which is not a postmortem information, which is a live information, every 2 hours is flashed, and the same information is available for the other groups, where they generally used to wait for such information from some media. Today that's available for them. So similar, whichever is meant for some other purpose, but backend is used for some useful information and shared across the group.
Interesting. Before I come to Sankarsan here, Lalit, I want to just pick your brain in terms of what is your view on this make or buy, whether you want to get talent from outside to digitize processes, maybe hire somebody from campuses.
So, I'm a great believer of getting new talent as fast as possible. I think there is an lot of energy which a new talent gets into the team. And that energy, if harnessed right, even shakes some of the existing people to even give better output. That is not to say that we don't value the current employee or the current person, or we don't think that that person is not able to move. It is just that sometimes you get used to a pace, sometimes you get used to limitations in the setup. You become part of the system. While someone coming from outside is the one like an angry young man and wanting to change the system and go back to your concepts. And in digital world, we have seen a lot of concepts which we thought was written on stone. Things are changing. I mean, even regulator is trying to understand and adapt to the changes. And these changes can come from anywhere, but the young guys don't have that limitation of understanding laws, compliance. Sometimes they can even go to the very basic and say why KYC is required. I have customer's mobile number and that is the KYC. I can always reach out to that person. And if you really think about it, it's not very wrong. Of course, from a regulator point of view, it's not right as well. So you kind of get the balance. But the fact that they can question such thing and without fear of being wrong or told just keep quiet, that's how we work and things like that, is a great opportunity to my mind, and it brings a lot of energy to the team. A lot of different thought processes get in the team's mind, and we've seen a great output coming into our products. Our ability now to work online with digital platform using digital methodology has gone up tremendously. We never thought with a new product that we launched that we will work somewhere with a third-party medical care provider, Vidal, in one of our products. And there's some new set of people who challenged that and said, why can't we do that? And they did it. I mean, they went to the regulator, the trustees, and everyone agreed, okay, it's not wrong. I mean, you can do that. And that, to my mind, is an amazing success that we see. So it's just that you have to get fresh energy. And at the same time, you will have people in the team who will also need to unlearn and learn again, because things are moving at that pace. So people who do that actually bring fresh energy themselves.
Yes, Suresh, of course.
Yeah. See, as part of my current role, I do head innovation and future technologies, where we used to visit schools and colleges, find out innovative ideas from the external, which we will take to the startups, try to even fund them if required, and try to deploy across, which is more from the external. So here, at least by such logics, we are able to satisfy more customer-related requirements, which was not even emerged from internal. So innovation is not just only from internal side. We should start getting into incubation centers, find out really what's happening in rural India, because rural India has a vast, enormous expected potential also is available there, where until you are not focused like what entire that customer wants and what type of demand which is raised out of infrastructure, we try to take that opportunity and we try to build like what are best innovations available now, which is in the areas of medical, again education and finance, which we try to bring out what are best we can do to the customer and the entities whichever supports us to do business on the last mile.
I would like to cover two themes, and Sankarsan manages he's the tech man behind National Stock Exchange. So Dada, I am tempted to ask you, the reality is that everybody wants to look at automation of processes, load technology more on your existing machines. How do you ensure business continuity? Because end of the day, it's a machine. Something can go wrong. You know it best. How do you ensure that disaster recovery or business continuity is maintained, given your experience and the current theme that we want to automate a lot of processes?
So automation per se is not directly related to the reliability of the underlying systems. I mean, underlying systems have failovers. It will not be one machine, obviously. There are clusters. For instance, we have 28 market gateways. The chances of them all failing at time is pretty rare. There is also scripts, including automated failovers. So if the process itself fails, then there are secondary actions, there are tertiary actions, all of which by and large you automate. Our challenge is that in Indian stock markets nowadays are one of the largest in the world. We handle roughly 40 times the number of transactions that Visa does in a year. So now the challenge is, how do you do it at this speed? Because when things fail, there's no way a human can react. So you have to automate it. So even the primary you have to automate, the fallbacks you have to automate, and you have to start working through in war room scenarios what else can fail as the tertiary or the secondary, third level, fourth level effects. The simplest to automate is the hardware being failed over. Generally the Ciscos of the world and the IBMs of the world provide you with basic failover. One server fails, that load gets transferred to another server. But the transaction being handed over without getting lost, and especially at the incredible latencies that we handle today, we are today at about less than 100 microseconds. How much is a microsecond? A millionth of a second. So we are less than 100 microseconds. So even most physical failovers take 5 seconds, 6 seconds, which is 50,000 messages will have gone past in that time frame. So we have started doing automated predictive failovers. That is, we tend to do two routes for the same process. One fails, the other will get taken. We tend to have replay capability. So if it fails, we can replay it we don't lose those 50,000 messages. We replay it back from the message that it failed, though albeit a second later. We've put in a lot of effort, actually, now that you asked the question, into recovering from failure in an automated process than in the process itself. Because, and we learned this quite quickly, that if you automate the process, you're automating it because it's going to be faster. But then you can't have human recovery, because the human recovery will then be orders of magnitude slower, in which case, and it will fail, When you're talking about 1 billion messages a day, 1% failure is 10,000 messages. So when you start doing that, then it becomes very imperative that you don't do, sorry, not 10,000, 10 million messages. So you don't do manual failover, because the disproportion between how fast the machine is and how fast a human can respond to an error becomes too large. So you have to invest a lot of time and money in the automated failover parts, and not just the first failover, but also secondary failover, software failover, hang, unexpected behavior. So he's put in a lot of money into, for instance, predicting if things are about to go wrong. So, we have certain trade volumes. We have statistical trends on all these trade volumes. So at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, we are expecting this volume of trade to happen today based on what had happened yesterday and the last week. If it doesn't happen, then somebody goes and checks. Is it because some system problem, or is it because genuinely the market is a little bit down? And then we expect a certain number of logins. If not that many logins are happening, we go and check. Is it because, again, not that many people are logging in, or is it because, let's say, Tata Telecom has a problem, so a large chunk of our brokers are disconnected, or is it because of something that we have. One of our systems is slow or gone down. That kind of thing we have started doing, and the system correlates this data in real time, and then the responses to certain correlations are being built in real time as we learn what the patterns are. So for instance, a very common problem for us is the logins get choked because everybody types exactly at the same second that they want to log in. So now the system has learned that. So now we start distributing it automatically. So we know that exactly at 9:30 when the market starts, we get a lot of logins. So now we start distributing it automatically. Things like that. And we use this data, the incoming data, and the ability of a machine to correlate this data in real time to recognize patterns. The pattern per se is recognized by the human, but then he feeds it back into an automated system because he cannot respond to the pattern ongoing fast enough. This, by the way, is also, we learned this from Amazon. Amazon does a lot of this predictive sales behavior. Amazon is considerably bigger business-wise than us. We are less than $1 billion. Amazon is just over $100 billion now. So their transaction volumes are about as much as ours, even though they deal with physical goods and we deal with electronic goods. And so they have all this predictive behavior. How many orders should happen? How many shoes should be sold? How many people should click on the top left-hand corner of their page? All that they have predictive models for. And if they don't see it matching the model, they go and check. Why isn't it matching? Why are people not ordering enough shoes? Why are people not clicking on the top left corner of the box? What has gone wrong today as opposed to yesterday? And NSE is one of the lowest or one of the highest revenue to employee ratios in the stock exchange industry. We are less than 300 technology employees for just over 2,500 crores of revenue. And this is one of the lowest ratios or the highest ratios in the world. We have the fewest number of employees for the largest turnover. And one of the reasons is because we are a relatively newer stock exchange. New York Stock Exchange is 100 years old. They've had a very hard time automating. We are relatively newer. We've had a much easier time automating, and we've invested a lot more in automating. So NASDAQ is still newer. NASDAQ is still, again, much better than New York Stock Exchange at automating. Part of this legacy is something that you have to live with. The newest kid in the block will always be a little bit better than you. So we go through these cycles of trying to re-baseline ourselves, saying this level of automation is no longer enough. So we recently just improved our level of automation and our market systems by about 180-fold, 180 times, not 180%, 180 times. The difference between me jogging and a jumbo jet. So those things we have to keep doing because technology shifts they shift continuously, but you have to move in chunks. So you must be a little paranoid that you need to move every few years, not be pushed to move. When you're pushed to move, then this change management problem gets in the way because you don't have time to change the culture. When you plan to move, if you plan to move every few years, then the culture is that you plan to move. So then it becomes a lot more easier to manage.
Yeah, that's really interesting coming from a very different industry where probably business growth and technology is a very clear.
Yes, we are a technology business.
Completely.
We have no physical goods. We are a pure technology business. And we were never a non-technology business. We never had physical goods. The older exchanges used to deal in physical goods at some point. There were actual stock certificates that they used to deal with. And there were physical flow trading. There were runner boys who would carry.
So are you completely paperless?
No, NSE was always paperless. NSE grew up in the era when paperless trading was already the norm. Okay. So we never had runner boys. We never had that floor. So BSE, that's why BSE is on all the news because they still have that floor where people used to run, on the screens, and there used to be runner boys that would.
Yeah, you can be
free. They used to shout around the courts.
I don't think there's anybody from BSE, so you can be.
No. BSE no longer. BSE is also fully electronic, but they are much older. They used to have that floor. We don't have that floor at all because we never had that. We grew up much later.
That's really interesting. Again, the last topic that I want to touch upon, which was debated at some point in the previous panel, is around information security. Because from that angle, the entire digitization of process and interfaces itself is a source of worry. Because you have all these news-making digital attackers where they cross national boundaries who are constantly snapping at you. So I want to kind of end the discussion before we summarize, and in case any questions we'll take. I will want to go through the entire panelists on their view around information security. How do, where is information security, considered, or where is it given as a very serious thought when they are automating, just not automating, buying new technologies, exposing the applications to the, over the net for customer use. So what is the view of the panel around information security? Because this, to my mind, is a very important risk management tool that's impacting our business. So Lalit, I want to start first with you. So what's your view around this?
See, I think coming in financial world, information is key, and therefore securing it is a second nature to all of us. Having said that, are we ahead of the game? We feel our data shows that we are ahead, but that is what we know about it. There could be many things that we still don't know, and there is someone sitting in some country possibly looking at our data which we are not even aware of. So that is the paradigm that we live in, and that is the world we have to get used to. That whatever you do, there is someone smarter, someone having more resource, maybe in terms of time, cost, and someone who doesn't know that it's not right to do such a thing, or he's just doing it and he just gets in. So all you can do is plan for it in your processes, in your data points, try to ensure that you have the best practice in place, get it audited, keep checking, being paranoid. But at the end of the day, that's the best I think you can do at this point of time.
Shashi?
Yeah. See, as we also are a financial services company, we treasure the entire information that originally belongs to the customer. That is very, very critical. I have no right to really leave it unguarded. That is very, very critical, and we follow that process very well. And therefore, there's a complete information security layer around the data which we store. The second important thing is the information security is not, it is a, I should say, when I say I am secure, I am safe, that's a very temporary phenomenon. It is not that if I am secure today, it doesn't mean that I am secure tomorrow as well. So this whole situation changes even if I don't do anything, but still the ecosystem is so dynamic that the whole comfort is lost within no time. And to recover from that attack or recover from that is a big issue, because already you got exposed to the external world, your data is outside. That kind of a situation, none of us can really afford to have that situation. So what there are even the information security tools and the platforms have evolved to a great extent today, and it depends on how do you adopt them and then make your data secure. At the same time, it is not that you close all the gates and allow the business to function. That is just not possible. So there is a trade-off between whether the business should improve or take off at a higher pace, but still you are parallelly trying to safeguard the whole business paradigm through the information security layer. These two challenges are going side by side, and this is a challenge ever. It doesn't say that who wins it.
So you're saying basically take calculated risks.
Yeah,
and
we
just
take
move on.
calculated risks. It is essential. I mean, we have to take calculated risks, but parallelly there's a team, there's a complete setup which keeps monitoring this as a activity.
Okay. Nafis?
Yeah, I think it's a continuous process. It's not something like that you just do it once and it's done. So we have a dedicated information security team, and it's not only about the tools. I mean, you have to upgrade yourself all the time, but at the same time, what Shashi is saying, that you keep on monitoring, you have to do the audits, you keep on hold of all the new applications, whatever you are launching. So, before launching any application, the whole process of information security has to take place before launching any new application. So it's a continuous process. It's not like that once you do it and it's done.
For us, again, internal threats, we do have enough to bring it out with whatever value systems, because we do operate with multiple people in terms of brokers, sub-agents, dealers. So even though it's not our information, whatever they share, they bring it out. It might come out with some different patterns initially. Then we have to try to streamline what are best on that. Again, rural India, it has its own phase. The threat from rural India is what, like beyond information, that awareness puts them in right perspective. Again, the awareness, who is telling, how it is communicated, how we are able to bring it out. And external threats, at least we have not got that much from any of the customers, where hardly people use internet. Our all digital payments, everything is done through only our locations. No, they can't do it anything from the external entities as of now. So the secured way is reach to any of the locations to do it. So our fear is more from the internal to bring it out, how, which I can say it's mature, but still it has long way to go because of the infrastructure support issues, because we do run offline, online. So until that offline gets connected to the online, the risk factors based on whatever the offline information is playing around with that. But the awareness in terms of customer, I already envisaged, and we started getting the rural customers start demanding their data back when they close the contracts. Means when the NOC is issued, now they started demanding, give me digital data also back, get my data back on that, which now the finance company trying to bring it out. And recent incident is in one of the location, since the data was not given, they have removed cashier computer and they have taken it back. So the local, whatever regulated thing, they are trying to feed it out. But customer is that much angry when you are not giving his data back from the rural perspective. So it's not far where rural customers will give the data and they keep quiet. They are even emphasizing all the biometrics and other records, whatever they have submitted, they want it back when the NOC is issued. So that's the given, what you say, challenge to the IT, like how we can still streamline it, or really how regulators, we love that thing, which they said is party to that, but we can issue a letter saying it won't be misused in any part of the world, which again we don't know. Complaint side, who is going to get authorized and who will get that. Suppose if customer logs a complaint tomorrow, my data I can see somewhere else, like from the entity point of view, which we are trying to do. Otherwise, like given a chance, awareness is less, so we are fully secure.
Regulators are coming down very heavily on information security in whatever their interactions with us has been. Dada, can I get into your sitting 5,000 kilometers away? Can I navigate my way through, or you will catch me?
No. So stock markets, we are targets. Globally, stock markets, physical targets of bombs, targets of hacker attacks. We recently had one set of Bangladeshi bloggers upset at their loss to India, decided to attack us as a prank. Luckily, they're not, they're not that great. But it's, because you are a visible symbol, you tend to be a target. And so we end up putting a lot of, and because our boundaries have now become much larger. Earlier, we used to be able to restrict our network only to a fixed set of people. But now we have an internet interface, we have a mobile interface, we have much more attack surface. And that's true of every business.
Even from overseas people?
Yeah, everywhere. Once you put it on internet, it's everywhere, right? So that's why the Bangladesh. So, and every business, the attack surface is bound to increase. You cannot live in that perfectly protected world that you used to anymore. So we've been investing, one of course, in tools to make sense of all the alerts that get generated, and now we've done a lot of automation of standard problems. For instance, if someone tries a probe first and then fails a login, it's probably a hacking attempt. If he just fails a login, he's probably just mistyped his password. But if he first tries a sniffer probe, and we have to correlate these events, and we use automation to correlate them, we get about 2.5 million possible events every day, of which only 200 or 300 result in actual investigatable events. So the rest is all filtered out by these correlation engines. And of the 200-300 also, we get barely 2 incidents, actual incidents a month. So it's a lot of sifting through a very large amount of nonsense. But that's the nature of the business. I mean, you have to try and figure out, because hackers are always trying something new, so everything looks suspicious. but most of it is not, and therefore you have to keep trying to figure out what is genuinely suspicious. We also have started doing things like create distractions, create attack targets, and let a hacker mistakenly attack the other target, which makes him more obvious, called the honeypot technique. We've tried doing deflection techniques, which means that you don't appear to the hacker to be particularly attractive. Your data is far too dispersed, so there's no single place where he can hack and get most of your data. We are trying various kinds of techniques to make sure that especially our external facing security is largely automated. Internally, we have focused on, one of course we focus on standard behavior. We found that the most internal security hassles happen with people who have given their notice. So far we have not had any deliberate internal attempt. A lot of it is accidental. People who have given their notice tend to try and email things out, some of which they don't realize is actually quite confidential. They tend to violate rules by, because they're less careful about it anymore. So things like that. So we've started being far more aggressive in policing certain kinds of risky individuals within the company, certain kinds of risky behaviors, a chain of behavior that seems to be suspicious. We have started policing that. For instance, if somebody does an interdepartmental transfer and immediately does some kind of data leak, it's probably not suspicious. He's probably just sending his own data to himself, but in a new department. But if somebody is on termination, on gardening leave and sends sensitive data, it's probably far more suspicious. So those rules we have started building in. And again, because of the number of incidents we receive, it cannot possibly be done by humans. We have our current SOC, which is a security operations center, is only 28 people. So even if 28 people are looking at an incident every minute, that's 28 incidents a minute, so less than 5,000 incidents a day. So therefore we have to focus on getting automation to sort through the mess.
There's only so much that you can do.
And the mess is increasing. We are getting more and more suspicious behavior because there are now more possible attacks. So each attack has its own set of suspicious incidents. And by and large, we don't get attacked that much. So therefore, you have to sift through all this to get tiny nuggets of actual attacks. So that's been our big challenge. How to clean up all this mess and therefore be able to see what we really want to see.
Thanks. You've heard our panelists speaking extensively on their own respective areas, and I've been pointed out saying there's just about 5 minutes for questions, but if there are some more, I could buy about a couple of more minutes. But if there are any questions to the panelists, I think we'll be happy to answer. No questions? Murphy's Law should at least be a question, unless we've kind of, oh yes. So, start with.
Well, I'm Anil. Talking about the security and security threats. We as a company, we have developed certain solutions from this point of view. And we are asking the sponsors actually, how do we disseminate this information to all the persons present at the BFSI Tech Summit? But they say it's confidential data and we cannot give this information. But it is in the interest of the industry, we make this tool available to all of you. So how do we do that?
I'm not sure what is confidential data.
Yeah, that's what, I said the delegates or panel members who are present, if we get the database, how do we contact them and disseminate this information available with us?
That you'll have to ask the organizers. My data is pretty easy to get. You can just query me on LinkedIn and see what it is.
So there is no objection from the panelists?
Using social media to contact, I don't think there's anything except for...
Yeah.
But I think we'll put in a word for them to circulate the email addresses for you to get in touch with them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, this is Prashant from Credila. I just want to know, just to avoid all these kind of attack, is there any standard practices we can do at every organization?
So for financial services, there are these ISO guidelines which most financial services follow. There are some specific flavors for different kinds of financial services. For most other industries, there are similar industry guidelines, plus there is the ISO recommendations. Security, but that's just the base. Security is not a fit-all. So, but the baseline, there's a minimum baseline that you should be following. ISO 27001, the ISO guidelines if you're in financial services.
So there are overall guidelines. What every company what to use suiting their lines of business is something that they follow after taking due approvals, due internal approvals. Okay, we've just, okay, yes. One last question. Anil, right?
So one question to Mr. Banerjee from the NAC. So normally most of us we do our online trading to the BSC or NSE through our brokers, and we log in through our our account with the user ID and password. So always we have a fear at the back of our mind, how secure is this?
Oh, he's carrying all of that in his wallet.
And it's a practical experience. We do some trades, we want to know the demat balances and all that. So whenever we put a trade, we get immediately an SMS. Okay, this is the trade you have done today. But it is always a chance. We just use a simple ID and password to log into our account.
So there are many checks and balances. It's not just ID and password. You do have two-factor. Your password keeps changing. In addition to that, given that, as I said, retail alone accounts for about 400 million trades a day over about 10 years that internet, this thing has been around. We've not had any security compromises on that front. So by and large, these controls seem to be working. They're heavily regulated. SEBI looks at them, RBI looks at them. So I would think that the current controls are adequate at the moment.
So what about the demat accounts? We suppose if we keep different demat accounts, that data is again on the now there are no physical shares as such.
You mean, are you worried that the demat company's data will get wiped out?
No, it is a security threat, no?
Yes and no. I mean, that way your bank accounts also, there's no physical money anymore. It's just information in a bank.
So we are going to a more and more unsecured kind of environment.
No. Just because it's electronic doesn't mean it's unsecured. In fact, it's probably more secured. The chances of you burning your house down and losing all your money under your mattress is probably higher than a bank going down and deleting all its data.
So Dada, I would recommend that you spend some time over coffee outside because he seems to be quite paranoid about.
But that way, just to give you a brief, all of us, all banks, all financial institutions do something called a 3DC replication with a bunker. A bunker is a physical backup of the data which is stored, it used to be stored in actual nuclear bunkers. In India, we don't have nuclear bunkers, so we store it in some highly protected passive site. So wiping out the data of any bank, unless it's incredibly unlucky that all these 4 sites go down, it's very unlikely.
Okay, I'm afraid we'll have to stop here. There's a monitor which says 0. We don't want to default. Thank you very much for patiently listening to our panelists. Thank you.
All our panel members, I'm going to request you to kindly remain on the stage, and if I may please invite once again Mr. Dharmesh Kapoor to please come on stage and present the mementos to all of our panel members. Well, yes indeed, we're going to urge all the members of the audience to please connect with our speakers as well offline for any further queries. And let's have a huge round of applause one more time for our fantastic panel members as well. And if I may request you to please come together for a group photograph. That's going to be our last obligation. Together, right ahead. Yes, sir. Superb. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all about to set the stage now for our next and our final panel discussion. In fact, our final panel discussion will be for 45 minutes, 35 minutes of discussion, followed by 10 minutes of questions and deliberations with the audience. We're going to quickly set the stage. I'm going to request our team to make the relevant changes as well with the speaker tags, yes. And meanwhile, I'm also going to make a couple of announcements for our members of the audience. Please do keep those tweets coming using hashtag ETBFSITech. I repeat, hashtag ETBFSITech. And we also hope you've downloaded Flock, the app indeed, where you can have relevant discussions. We have also made some specific groups for all of you. We also have a poll going on in the Flock app, so we do hope you participate and give your feedback with regard to the discussions during the summit as well. So please keep it as participative as possible and keep those tweets coming using hashtag ETBFSITech. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, our next panel focuses on leveraging technology to drive growth. Once again, we have the presence of our esteemed set of speakers. In fact, our final set of speakers. We do know that this is a time when all your thoughts are on food, but it's time to get some food for thought from our speakers as well. So we'll keep that enthusiasm and that energy going as well. And I'm going to take a quick check from my team member. If you're all set, then we're good to go ahead and invite our panel members. We're good to go? Superb. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to firstly invite on stage Mr. Gangadhar S.J., Chief Information Officer, Bajaj Allianz Life Insurance, to please come on the stage. If I may please invite Mr. Gangadhar. All right, he's getting mic'd up right now. I think all of our speakers are getting mic'd up right now. Superb. So let me also go on inviting the rest of the panel members. Mr. Sanjeeva Prasad, Executive Director, IT and Operations, SBI Life Insurance. We also have with us Mr. Chirag Jain, Chief Operating Officer, Canara HSBC Oriental Bank of Commerce Life Insurance. Mr. Girish Nayak, Chief Information Officer, ICICI Lombard General Insurance. Mr. Anil Khanna, Industry Leader, Insurance, IBM India. And moderating our final panel discussion for the summit is Mr. Sanjay Karnatak, Chief Information Officer, Tata AIG General Insurance. If I may invite all the members of the audience, and let's have an enthusiastic round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our final set of panel members. I'm going to be requesting Mr. Sanjay Karnatak to please take it over from here. Could we have the mics on as well? Super. Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. And, I know we are, the overall conference is a little late, and you are getting delayed for the delicious food outside. So we, as a panel, we decided to keep it a little short and to the point. We will try to, explore certain topical questions around it. Just to set the context, growth in insurance sector is, as per the analysts, is bound to happen for the next at least a decade. The analysts predict that around, for the next 5 years it will be 12 to 15% CAGR. We are looking at the industry, quadrupling its revenues in the next 10 years. So growth is here to stay. And this growth is not going to come just from one aspect of the business. It has to come through a holistic growth in insurance industry, be it from a perspective of geographical expansion or a channel innovation or even best of the class claim servicing and customer servicing, or it being around regulatory environment too. So so it has to be a holistic growth. When we look at this kind of a growth, we look at we need to have right talent with us. We need to have right funding with us. I think in those two areas, insurance is anyway going strong by every passing years. Funding wise, we have FDI now coming in, and people are also looking at IPOs seriously. The third aspect, which is very important to achieve this growth, is technology, and because that is, as we all know, is all pervasive in any organization. When we talk about technology, we are looking at, past few years, we have looked at SMAC like invading us, be it at an individual level or be it at an industry level. Everybody and anybody is having a mobile in his hand. He is having social media accounts. Organizations, small or large, are working on analytics platforms to exploit the data invasion which they have, internal or external, structured or unstructured. And of course, cloud is making things life easier for organizations to adapt and adopt these technologies at a much faster pace. There are new areas which are also developing, specifically, I have seen my own organization, I come from Tata AIG, and AIG is using drones, drones is like no longer sci-fi for AIG, and they are using in US and Japan very actively to do their claims, loss assessment and optimizations, and also in turn reducing costs. We are also hearing about very new areas like API economy or algorithmic businesses, which Gartner keeps talking about. So all these things are happening in this tech space. So this is a tech aspect. Now coming to the growth, back to the growth part. As a panel, we are going to discuss not just one aspect of the growth. As I was telling earlier, we would like to see and discuss how technology is contributing to the all-round holistic growth of the organization in insurance. And so as I said, be it even employee growth or channel growth or channel innovation, diving into new channels which are enabled by technology. So all those things we can, we are going to focus upon. So, I will probably start with Gangadhar. In your organization, when we look at, when you look at holistic growth, not just top line or bottom line or otherwise, or not just IT intervention from a cost center point of view, how is the technology perceived, first of all, and what are the two big areas which you think in your organization which are being focused upon right now?
See, not only specific to our organization, if you look at current scenario, technology is now supporting as such, okay, but the thing is now every stakeholder, be it operation, be it sales, be it claims or customer experience, they all aware of what is happening and also the new changes and innovations which are happening in the market. Okay, so in that to that extent, so everybody wants to adapt certain new things, okay, which can bring in growth in terms of customer experience, in terms of services, in terms of sales. So the technology is an enabler for them. Okay, so in our organization, if you look at the entire thing as a company as a whole, so we look at what are the things which we would like to do next 2 to 3 years. Okay, and it is not just technology who decides it, or the two of the stakeholders who decides it. All together, we put a strategy in place that what should we do, and each of the stakeholder wants what in the next 1 or 2 years, at least to be sure about what they want to do. That is how the things have been done. Okay, so this will definitely give a overall growth perspective in terms of the company as a whole, not as an individual. When you talk about sales, you rightly said it's not only the sales, but it is definitely on the services also, because now in the current scenario, if you look at every company looking at offering as a service, okay, instead of a product or a technology. So because service is what is going to be a future, so that is how it is looked at.
Sure. So taking this cue to Chirag, in your context as well as in your life insurance context, how do you see these, the change of perception of technology being looked at by the business folks? In the sense, we are seeing that, in the early days, IT used to be a cost center where you're just trying to use IT effectively to reduce your costs, optimize on the processes. So how is that when we look at the top line, is IT being or technology being looked at a driver for driving the top line in your organization and in your life insurance context?
So there are a couple of things here. One is that IT is still in the process of changing from a cost center to a growth driver. As IT is able to automate things, the ROI for IT investments stacks up on its own, and those things fund themselves on their own. The other side is the business side. And the business side today, whether IT itself delivers the top line or not, but top line cannot be delivered without IT. So given the expanse that we have in the country, and given insurance industry is still nascent, unlike banking, which has gone into 15,000-20,000 branches for one particular bank or multiple banks, insurance company still has this, doesn't have physical infrastructure, and most probably leapfrog that particular situation in any case, because people who have infrastructure, they are trying to disintermediate the infrastructure piece. So insurance companies most probably are going to leapfrog that, and that is what we are trying to do. So the top line driving activity requires technology by default, because the people in the company, they have to be all over the place. There is no physical infrastructure to back them up. They typically work from some sort of handheld devices using applications. So gone are the days when people would open an Excel sheet. Nobody wants to open an Excel sheet today. They would like to get information to themselves in a simple, easy to read, easy to understand, to the point manner. And that is where technology comes in big time to support the top line growth. And the last piece, which I guess most of the financial services, including insurance, looking at is the online market of digitally enabled customers. So that's something which for us, it's a very nascent activity in my company, but if you look at the industry, it has become fairly big activity by itself, and most of the companies are dabbling in it. And we do have very strong plans to go very aggressively into that to drive our top line better.
Sure. Sanjeev, I just want to understand from you, you have been growing pretty fast in your organization, and as we were discussing offline, it's going to continue for a couple of years at least, as you are envisaging. So how do you see technology in your fast growing context enabling or even driving growth in the organization?
See, the technology, as has already been said, technology does not remain an enabler anymore. Like you can't achieve a top line, you can't reduce your bottom line without properly using technology. So managing growth, irrespective of the numbers, it has to be technology driven. The company dashboard, where you're looking at the strategy dashboard, there the business and the technology are, in my view, very deeply interwoven. There's absolutely no way that the business can grow without the technology supporting it. Now, the top line comes because of doing a lot of things right together. Technology provides, technology becomes the enabler. Then, and if I look at SBI Life per se, and the kind of growth that is anticipated, or sometimes the initiatives which the government has taken. Let's suppose I can give you one small example of the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Like besides LIC, I am not sure about what is the number of policies which LIC would have issued. Our company has issued about 62 lakh policies under that PMJJBY. Now, this is basically an SMS-based kind of a policy issuance. We are today talking of tablet-based issuance, tablet-based things. This is an SMS-based kind of a issuance. So, unless you have technology to support you, how do you achieve all this? It's absolutely, so whenever we talk of insurance, we talk of banking, we talk of any kind of financial inclusion, the technology has to be there, and it doesn't remain only a cost center. It is probably remains it's a necessity which the company or the industry has to accept.
Sure, very pertinent thoughts. And to drive growth or to enable growth, technologies and the new technologies areas have to be always adopted in the organization, and innovation around those have to keep happening. And so my next question is to Girish, where from ICICI Lombard, where being from a GI space, I have been observing that ICICI Lombard has been at the spearheading the IT innovations which are coming into play in the industry, in the sector. So what is your approach, Girish? Is in your organization, is there a structured approach around innovation, or how do you work with business folks to ensure that you are regularly or innovating on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, in our case, technology is an integral part of every function. I mean, whether it's launching a new business product or doing an activity for HR. So you don't do it unless you have properly integrated technology into it. And launching any new product IT is an intrinsic part of the forum. And in fact, there are a lot of products which we have launched basis of the backbone that IT has been able to provide in the market. I'll give one classical example. 5 years back when you look at a two-wheeler market, and two-wheeler market is a very underpenetrated market in India. And what happens is after the first year's insurance, no one, I mean very few, about less than 20% actually renew the insurance in the second year. And it's very difficult to attack this market through traditional agency route because for someone who's doing a four-wheeler policy, the effort to do a two-wheeler policy is identical, but the commission is maybe 1/4 or 1/5 of what he gets for a four-wheeler policy. So we had to look at a different way of attacking this whole market. That's where technology came into play. We had what we call a IL POS model, which enabled our agents to issue policies just when the person comes to the gas station to fill up petrol. Within that 2 minutes, you can also get your policy issued and drive away. So that completely opened a new channel, and so much so that today we have a completely disproportionate share of the two-wheeler market. We have a 10% odd market share in the total automobile motor insurance space, but in two-wheelers, almost about more than, I mean, it's 1 in every 3 vehicles is insured with us. So its technology has enabled that business to completely change the rules of the game. So that's how technology can impact.
Yep. I'm aware of that solution. Now coming to Anil, you're from IBM and you have been helping organizations like ours to innovate, to enable business. What is your view from the outside of as a technology service provider? What areas the insurance organization should focus upon right now, which will give them probably edge over others. So what are the few areas which you think which is going to be important in the coming years?
Definitely, Sanjay. So, we've heard, from the fellow panelists in terms of how technology is an enabler. And I think there's no disagreement in that fact that how important technology is in every part of every industry today, whether it's insurance or banking or whatever. Where some of the areas where we believe organizations can leverage and really grow, I would want to point out at least one, which is analytics. I mean, we heard in the morning discussion that how can you segment customers, how can you micro segment customers today, and basis those micro segments, can you define solutions, can you define products which would meet some of those segments. So, as and when, so while technology is not the key one, but still it's the enabler in terms of saying that, I'm able to analyze my customer better. And that comes back to the whole aspect in terms of, the customer experience and understanding of the customer. That's where we believe that insurance companies today are moving. Because, if you see how the number of touch points with customers have, in the banking sphere, customers nearly interact on a daily basis or on a weekly basis with the bank. So the number of transactions, the number of moments of truth are plenty. While with the insurance company, it's in the life space and in the GI space, it's once a year, or even if it's a ECS policy, it's once a lifetime. So how do insurance companies look at understanding the customer better? How do they get a more insights from the customer? And basis those insights, how do they look at building an overall personalized customer experience? And then deliver the right product. So that's one area where we believe that a lot of customers are focusing on. In fact, when we look at even in the Indian life insurance market, we've got customers which cover the entire expanse of the journey. So you've got customers who are implementing robotics, automation, and in certain of their processes, while you've got certain customers which are just at the beginning of their analytics journey. So the whole customer expanse is very, very wide in terms of technology implementation, even in something like analytics.
After analytics, I think one more area which the Indian market is very nascent, but I'd like to draw more on the global industry is IoT. And globally, we've seen the increasing presence of IoT, Internet of Things, as to how the interactions are moving from human to machine, and how insurance companies are now able to monitor risk behavior on a real-time basis. So that real-time risk monitoring is very, very important, because what's happening is that basis on your historical experience, you've been pricing your products, you've been defining risk. But if you look at how the world is changing, you would find that people are looking at real time. So you've got connected cars, you've got connected devices, you've got connected health, wellness. So how can you monitor the customer behavior? How can you monitor risk on a real time basis? A byproduct of IoT is actually in terms of how can you understand your customer better. For example, let me take one very small example. Life insurance companies today are interacting only once a year at the time of premium. But if you're moving into risk prevention, so something like a wellness kind of a thing, and we've seen this trend in a lot of insurance companies, they're actually interacting with their customers on a weekly basis, giving him feedback on his health, giving him feedback on his behavior. So it just increases the customer interaction, it increases his customer stickiness. So, just to cut too briefly, so two areas where we believe, one is customers have started the journey, but in the second one, I believe the Indian market is still would adopt that technology in the next couple of years.
Absolutely, I think I fully agree. I think these are the two areas which are going to, I am aware that, as you're rightly saying, organizations are in various degrees of the implementation or the journey of analytics, and IoT is a big thing which could add a lot of value, especially in the prevention of loss, at least the first use case I can see, as you were trying to put across. So these are the two things which we will focus upon in the next round of questioning. Just want to ask the audience, is there anything else, any other area of technology which you would like to discuss in the next round of my crossfires with the gentleman here, apart from analytics and IoT? Yep. Yes, please.
The customer. How can technology help the customer to have a better experience when they are raising any claim? For insurance, if we say one is like, say, buying the insurance, lot of offers, everything, agents will come, they will sell you a lot of things, promise the moon, everything. But when it comes actually to the settlement process, it's like seeing the other side of the moon.
Right, so good question. For sure, as a customer, all of us would have gone through the claims experience, and we would like it to be much better than what it is using technology. We'll discuss this in the next round of questioning. So, Chirag, to start with you on the let's say analytics. So, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Where are you in your organization? Where are you in the journey, and how do you want to take it forward?
So we are slightly nascent, but then given our business model, we rely hugely on analytics done in the banks. Because we are selling only to bank customers, Canara, OBC, and HSBC. So they have their own analytics for upsell and cross-sell, and for them, insurance is a cross-sell product to rest of the banking. So we rely heavily on the analytics done by the banks already, and we can always sharpen it more. Which is a constant process. Analytics is a journey, right? You start somewhere and you keep sharpening, and as you understand the behavior of your customers and data better. In addition, we are ourselves going to be, doing more analytics. We have been doing some upsell sort of activities, but there is enough happening on that space. Not just the top line part of it. Internally within the organization, the scope for analytics to see individual behaviors, within the sales or the top line producing functions, within all other functions, use of analytics to improve productivity of individuals. So it's not just about the market and customer segmentation, the internal, organizational or enterprise usage within the enterprise of analytics also is a pretty heavy area, and we are equally going to own that as well.
Sure.
Other than doing the market part of it.
Right. So Gangadhar, I would like to understand from you, from your organization standpoint, how are you guys working on the analytics front? How are you going to leverage that information which is coming out of analytics from a business standpoint?
Unlike Chirag, we do not have a bank as such as a partner, promoted company.
Right.
We are one of the largest agency force insurance company. We started this journey, and we are now, initially started working on the customer base itself. So the huge customer base and doing an analytics on the segmentation of the customer and the propensity of the customer and all that stuff we have, everybody has started, and we also started. Now we are looking at extending this to the agency force and the sales force and to the employee base. So obviously, the full-fledged analytics is now started, but otherwise also internally we had our own analytics team to run this. Now we have set up a separate team outside IT to run this. Okay. So because analytics, to the best of knowledge, it requires a lot of domain expertise or the field expertise in order to slice and dice the data, not only the IT part of it. IT part, it was there and set up with 5-6 years old, and then it is running well. So there you need to have an expertise from inside and also from on outside. Okay, how do we leverage on this, the results of it, or what it is that output is expected out of this analytics piece. Okay, that is how we started our journey and had a very good results. Okay, going ahead, so this is what we are going to do. If you ask me in general, the real-time analytics which gives you, like, when a customer, when a proposal is logged in, if we are able to identify whether he is what kind of customer, what kind of the experience we have, whether he is a fraudulent is from the risk point of view, or he is a very good customer and has all, and we are able to extract and data from all possible sources and then collect and then say, yes, we can go ahead and then insure him immediately. So I need not have to go for a medical underwriting or any other risk analysis. So then only the actual experience, matters to the customer. Okay, it's a straight through processing. We know this customer very well, and we need not have to look forward for any other documentation. The best way is how much we know this customer. How do we know about this customer? Another example which I say is, the customer details, if you look at, especially when we talk about financial inclusion, we had just, I think in the morning forum there was a discussion. We have so many bank accounts open, what have you done with them? Okay, but how much we know them? It's only the bank account, what we have. So how do we reach them? Okay, but if you take an example of e-tailers, probably they have a better details of those customers we may not have, or the bank may not have. Okay, the up-to-date address and up-to-date phone number. So we as an insurer cannot go and become an e-tailer or maybe any other industry. So what I feel is why can't we collaborate with each other, okay, and connected with each other and get that data, okay, and then provide your own services. Bank will provide their services, insurance will provide their services, and whenever the e-tailer, let's say, wants to have their services to be used with a bank or with the insurer, they can be. So that is how actually the analytics value comes into the picture. That is what I feel.
Sure. Sanjeeva, I just want to pick your brains since you're coming from bank side. And banks, I heard and we know that also, as well as we heard today in the earlier discussion, that what I understood, and if I compare with the insurance industry, they are definitely at an more advanced level of analytics usage in the context of business. So what difference do you see when you have come from SBI per se to SBI Life?
See, the data mining part in the bank, for the purpose of both upselling as well as cross-selling. Now, State Bank of India typically has a lot of subsidiaries. SBI Life is one of the largest subsidiaries which the bank has. So you have retail customers, you have corporate customers. So the data which is mined there in the bank, it is used for not only marketing of a particular product of the bank, but a particular product of across all these subsidiaries, be it a life insurance, be it a general insurance, be it a mutual fund, because we have subsidiaries in all these areas. Coming back to SBI Life as to how we are able to leverage the data which is generated by the bank. So that kind of analysis, that kind of database that we have, it's a huge database, and the predictive analysis or the analytics which goes into that is, in SBI Life, it is basically to do an upsell from upselling point of view. As of now, no cross-selling is being attempted by SBI Life per se. But the bank has got a very large project which it is working on, which is known as Project Impact. It has not been made official, Project Impact, whereby you are training all your sellers, be it your CIF who are working in the bank assurance sphere, be your insurance agents who are working either for the general insurance or the life insurance, or be your mutual fund sellers. These are the typical examples. Expected to go through a need analysis, expected to go through the profile of the customer, and then be in a position to suggest what exactly you can buy from that, what financial investments you can make. So you are actually trying to train up some kind of investment advisors for the future. Now that data which is available to SBI Life is a huge database, but besides that, analytics which when we are talking about is also can be used or is being used as a predictive tool to reduce your risk in typically in claim settlement, typically in early claims which happens in the insurance industry, which many of the companies, because if we only look at percentages, the percentages may not actually tell you the right figure. But we don't want those percentages also to be there. If there's a pattern, then these kind of predictive analysis is in a position to tell you about how you can mitigate that risk in the company.
Anil, I would like to pick your brains on the technology side a bit, wherein we heard the banking panel talking about moving to data lake or those kind of technologies rather than just the data warehouse. So of course their data is much larger and as compared to just pure insurance subscriber based data. So what do you think from an insurance industry point of view? Should the insurers start looking at those kind of technological options where the data lake is being talked about or real-time analytics is being talked about, or it will take some time, you think, to reach there as far as the insurance companies are concerned?
Okay, so data lakes is definitely the area, but let me just stress on a point where insurance companies are actually moving. We're hearing a lot, and IBM is really now pushing it in terms of cognitive computing. And the maximum interest which is actually coming in globally is around the insurance industry. Insurers are today looking at cognitive computing or technologies like Watson far more aggressively, far more with a greater degree of interest than even banks are looking at. The reason is that insurance companies historically have been keeping a lot of information which is not in structured format, in unstructured data. So whether it is the notes which have been taken down by the adjuster, the police records, photographs, videos, and all of that. So, and they've all been stored in legacy systems, while that does not apply in Indian markets, but there's a lot of unstructured data which is there in insurance companies, and they actually want to leverage that unstructured data. So today whatever analytics we are doing is around, you've got all the data there, the proposal number, the policy number, the customer, but the unstructured data which is very high, especially in the case of general insurance, how do they start leveraging that? And so, so I'm just shifting gears in terms of saying that it's not data warehousing, it's not data lakes, but it's actually cognitive computing as to where insurance companies are moving towards. So whether you look at large reinsurance companies trying to understand risk on a real-time basis, are we using the best practices for underwriting? For example, can we replicate the best underwriting practices or the best underwriter across all my entire organization? Are my risk data is real time, and is it stored within the company? So I think, and cognitive is not something which you actually, it's a learning process, it's a training process, you have to train the system. So it's a journey which might not yield fruits today, but we believe that in the next 3 to 4 years, just like it's like an asset which grows, the system would really start being a storehouse of knowledge for the entire organization. So that's where organizations today globally are moving. So yes, it's again a journey. You look at structured data, you look at unstructured data, you look at cognitive. The advantage is that Indian insurance companies have started with a one single core insurance platform. All of them have got data in one place, far more complex than the global insurance companies, where a lot of companies have actually a single system dedicated to a single product. So if you've got 50 products, you've actually got 50 policy admin systems, so which becomes far more difficult to manage. But even then, I think for Indian organizations, it's important to at least start that journey in terms of saying, yes, let's move from warehouse, let's move to lakes, let's move to cognitive, and shift that whole paradigm.
But do you see any traction as of now?
Definitely. I mean, we're seeing a lot of companies who are discussing with them. Yes, it's the initial stages, and even for IBM globally, it's initial stages. A lot of companies are discussing with us in terms of saying, if cognitive first, trying to understand at a very granular level, how different is analytics from cognitive, to actually from that basic to level to look at, a certain set of use cases, what would be the best use cases to implement, whether you want to look at revenue side use cases or you want to look at risk or underwriting side use cases. And then coming to a complete cost benefit analysis, yes, but it's a journey which actually has to be driven right from the top. So the CEO has to be driving that journey. It's not something which is driven by the technology team. It's not driven, it has to be driven by a senior business owner or by the CEO himself in terms of, yes, this is the way how I want to go.
Sure, pertinent point. And my next topic on technology was IoT. So Girish, this session is for you. Do you think it's too early in the day for as far as IoT is concerned for insurance companies, or you guys are already looking at it seriously?
On IoT, we have been looking at IoT for some time now, and it's like this. I mean, most common use case of IoT for insurance is, and everyone would have heard about Progressive and how they use telematics and how they were able to do usage-based insurance and all that. But actually, even after 10 years of doing telematics, the penetration of UBI in Progressive's portfolio is not significant. It's less than about 30%. So even in the US, the adoption of IoT in insurance has not been to the extent that it's completely swamped the. But yes, there is a lot of potential out there. India, we have been doing pilots at various points in time. We are currently doing a pilot in telematics. But again, the issue that we try to solve is typically the cost of each of these devices is still too high to make sense in the Indian context. I mean, if a device costs 5,000 or even 4,000 rupees in the Indian context, an average policy ticket size for a motor premium is about 5,000, 6,000. So it really doesn't make business sense if you are using it just for doing some kind of uses-based insurance. But we have used telematics differently, and we've rolled it out a couple of years back for our marine cargo policies. This is where we have policies for covering your marine, your cargo transit from one place to another. And in customers where there's a lot of this transit happening, and there is often hijacking of the cargo or theft of cargo en route. That's where we have employed telematics, where and it's not just telematics, we put a whole backend system where you are able to track the movement of the truck right from the company manufacturing site to the warehouse. We map the route completely. We know at what point the driver has to make a stop, what point he takes a break, and there's a back-end team which is monitoring the journey of each truck, and even if there is a small variation in the route taken or the time that the truck stops at a particular place, immediately we flag alert to various people, including the local police. We have been able to cut down, and once the solution has been placed, we have been able to cut down on the number of hijackings that we have experienced in that on those routes, and also kind of take early action on. I mean, people come and the truck driver also has an option to call back immediately to the monitoring station and have someone come and help him with any issues that he has. So it's really benefited in reducing the claim ratio in our marine transit policies.
Right.
So that's trying to take telematics and use it for something which is not
So the interesting use of telematics rather than a just usage-based underwriting. So that's pretty interesting. And do you so Gangadhar, anything on the life side? Have you seen any usage of telematics, or do you see any usage of not telematics? Sorry, IoT per se on the life side?
I mean, there are one or two good examples in the West, so where especially the health bands, and the wellness program. So one of the company in the West is very much successful, where they claim saying that the engagement with their customer is 100%. So that kind of the wellness program they have, and all the customers come on their site on a daily basis, which is very great. So we are also exploring doing certain POCs in terms of the wellness programs, whether it is how it will be effective. Like what we said in telematics, what happens, like the cost of the devices is not make sense for giving it free of cost or chargeable with respect when you compare with the premium size. Okay, but in here also, how do the whole platform and the cost of running it, or even it may be availing services to the policy holders, how it will be cost effective, we need to still explore. But we are working on those, and I believe there are a couple of other companies also working on this, especially on the life side. It will be basically on the health one. Okay, but there also it is at a preliminary stage if you look at, but we even those companies are only monitoring certain parameters of the health. Okay, but if you go into the full-blown monitoring of the health and provide them a very proactive the information to the policyholder, will be still far away, what I believe, and the cost of sensors and advisors and the platform is going to be challenging for some more time.
So I would like to take up the question which was asked about the claims. So Chirag, this question for you. So how can technology make a claims experience better? That's what was being asked. What are your views on that?
So perhaps there is a bigger relevance of this question towards general insurance
rather than life.
But I'll address the life side very quickly and allow Girish to come in, because
Sure.
he can add more value. On life side, first of all, the claim payment percentage is hovering around 96% across the industry. So the challenges in terms of what to pay, what not to pay, because most of the claims are related to death, and death is something which is fairly explicit. There is very little stuff which is questionable about death, right? Other than frauds. So it's a reasonably smooth process generally across industry. The challenges which come in are in terms of documentation. So for example, even in big metros, obtaining a death certificate could be 3 weeks to 6 weeks. And that is a primary document for life claim processing. So other than that, in terms of using technology to ease claim processing would be to create certain apps.
I think this, I have recently heard one of the insurers starting for the life certificate kind of a thing online and stuff like that, which is reducing the time.
Online claim. Online claim also, I think in SBI Life we have enabled that.
All companies are moving in that direction, changing the nature of the interaction to online rather than offline and paper based.
Sure.
So I don't think technology will do too much other than easing communication, okay, easing interactions. Okay, on the life claim side.
Sure.
On general side,
so let's hear from Girish on the general
just
side.
To add,
Sure.
just to add, to answer to your question, in this life, if you look at the claim, what you said is the after the death, that is the death claim. But if you look at the maturity claims which comes in, if you go to the bank and suppose if you have an FD, let's say, so you have to encash, then your money gets credited immediately. So in the life side, if you look at where the maturity claims comes in, so there is again a documentation is again always a documentation oriented processing. If we can provide or credit the maturity amount, maybe while he is in our premises will be the next big thing which we can do in terms of the experience of the customer. And in the death claim, suppose if we know the nominee and we know, like what I said, that how much you know about your customers, how much you know about your nominee. Once the claim is intimated or it is registered, when we know the nominee very well, the most of the doubts are only on that front. And the health of the the deceased who has been died. So that, if we know that and data is available at the fingertips, then the claim can be immediate. So that is the experience which we can look at, maybe not now, maybe a few years from now.
Girish, from a GI standpoint where claims are humongous, so your comments on this, please.
Yeah, I think when you look at the moment of truth in the insurance space, it is during claim processing, and we have spent a great deal of our time and effort, resources in trying to make sure that the whole process is as smooth as possible for the customer. It started way back 5-6 years back when we looked at in-housing I'm talking about the health claim process. We did similar stuff for the motor claims, but in the interest of time, I'll just take you to the health claim process. We in-house the entire TPA operation. So we have our in-house TPA, we're the first ones to in-house the TPA operation, and since this is a service to the customer, that's not something we can outsource to someone, we need to do it ourselves. And we spent a lot of time trying to smoothen the process, digitize the whole process so that we are able to respond to the customer request for the authorization letter, for the claim processing much faster. So over a period of time, we have been able to completely automate this whole process. And what that gives in terms of customer satisfaction is in terms of having to having the whole process smooth, and also the customer is briefed and kept informed at every point in time where the claim is, and that's through a simple SMS. But just by putting that one simple SMS to the customer, it kind of really changes how the customer looks at this, because in the hospital typically what happens is you go to the TPA desk out there, and then the TPA then takes over the papers. There will be some coordination work with the hospital doctors, then the papers come to the insurer. So the customer is really looking at, his time starts the moment he hands over the paper to the TPA desk. And what we were finding was happening was, whatever time the hospital takes is also counted as the time the insurer takes in processing the request. So the simple change that really helped the customers see the two parts of the process very differently, and that also increased the level of customer satisfaction when we measured that, was just sending a simple SMS at every stage. If once the papers come to us, if we have received your papers, we will resolve it. I mean, we will give you the authorization letter in X amount of time. If there's a query, we have sent the papers back to the TPA for a query. Please contact your TPA desk at the hospital to answer that query. So once the customer is in know of how the process is flowing, then the anxiety is significantly reduced. And we have seen our NPS scores, Net Promoter scores, which we measure for customer satisfaction claim, double, since we've kind of tried to keep the customer aware of this whole process. And this, and again, I mean, to tell you difference where how it affects the customers, look at the process even today. When you go to the hospital TPA desk, can you believe that people are still using faxes to communicate? I mean, that's the only place I know where fax is the way of life. But even there, we have now managed to convert most of our information sharing with the TPA does with us to web-based. So in almost 80% of our communication with TPS, it's happening through a web-based platform, so we don't entertain faxes coming in and faxes going out. So that's the kind of difference it makes in customer service when you are able to automate something and give the customer information in a timely manner.
Sure. So I think that, I hope that answers the question. I would like to now throw the floor open to the questions. Any specific questions you have for the panelists, please? I think there is the back. You could send the mic. We'll limit the question because I know people would like to go for the lunch.
Hello. Yeah, you talk about data mining and analytics because you are having group companies with you, associated with you. But how can small companies do data mining and analytics?
I couldn't. Can you repeat the question? This is for whom? This is for Sanjeeva or?
Yeah, anyone can ask.
So can you be a bit clear?
So lots of companies, they are doing data mining and analytics part. Yeah. They are based upon the database they are available with their group companies and other entities. They are doing data mining. How can a small company do data mining and analytics? That is the question.
Can I take?
Sure, sure.
I think the size of the company is not constraint in whether you do analytics or not. For example, we have been having an online platform for last almost 8 to 9 years, and our analytics practice started off with just the online analytics. We are doing cross-sell and retention models for our online customers only, not extending it to the rest of the customers. Only after we put our data warehouse in place where we aggregate data from different channels and everything, then we started doing analytics on the larger amount of data. But the analytics practice was set up and was in place even on just the online data, and when the online was significantly small compared to what it is today. So the size is really not a constraint in terms of starting up analytics piece. Yes, the larger amount of data that you have, the better your models can be, but you should be able to start small and then grow along with.
Over a period, in any case, your database will also grow now, irrespective of the size that you have started. And I'm not only talking in terms of, say, you take the State Bank data, or he takes the Canara Bank data, or HSBC data. Over a period, as you grow, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year down the line, you have a lot of data of the customers, which also we are not able to leverage. So the idea is to do an analytics of the data which is available to you, and then graduate further.
Sure. Next question. I think there's a gentleman there. Yeah, this should be the last question, I guess, because we don't have much time left now.
My question is more from a customer's point of view, as a consumer of insurance from various companies. I personally, with all due respects, with all the great work that you're doing, I personally feel that the data that is available with you is more used to sell or sort of force sell products to customers than actually servicing customers, to be very honest. I don't know why if a customer responds on a call, let's say I get a cold call, right? And I say, no, I'm not interested. Why doesn't your database pick up that response and not annoy that customer again, right? That's the first best customer service any insurance company can do, that not bother a customer if that customer is not interested. Second point, if I buy, end up buying the insurance product, again, it's also not only a technology question, it's also related to technology-related sales question, but when I buy it, then no call comes ever from that company until again the renewal comes, right? These are serious issues. I mean, the customer is forgotten because acquisition is the key. And your database keeps running, you know, who is the next guy that needs to be captured. Now, my renewal comes and then I get calls, SMSs, emails, until, you know, I tell them that I'm not interested to renew. Then the next insurance company calls. So I think there is something seriously wrong about customer engagement when the data mining, and if you have so much data about me, my whole information is taken when you put the whole thing in the system. Give me education. Send me information that is relevant to me so that I feel like I want to continue to engage with the company. I should not feel as if, why did I buy this policy at the end of the day? I'm sorry, I am putting it in a little bit too openly and honestly,
no
but
problem.
That is the state where the customers are. As far as
we have an irate customer here, so.
So how can we solve this problem using the data of the customers so that they get the real engagement, they feel really engaged? I'm sorry about that question, but I think that's a question.
No problem. I think, Anil, you want to take that as a suggestion? You can suggest to our fellow CIOs.
See, I can take this question. Yeah. I understand what you are saying. It's a common experience, but if you look at many of the companies, most of the companies, not even many, every company wants to send communications not about the renewal, but about many of the things, about the policies and about the health, wellness programs, and about how to, you know, even in general space, even when there is a rainy season or when there are floods, the mails, the information goes to them. But the mail opening rate is hardly any. Okay, so these, and even the SMS delivery also, it's not 100%. So those are, see, customer also, I'm not denying that fact, but the customer also, you have to then again do a segmentation of the customer themselves. You know, how many are respondent or how many are listen to the information sent by the company and how many don't take care of it. Okay, so that is where the problem lies. Suppose the people who are cautious about and very serious about the insurance and then they go through, then definitely they will not have come across these kind of concerns. But where the customer generally even ask everyone, if you know, generally when the mail comes in, there are so many junk mails keeps on coming in, we tend to ignore. but we miss out certain important things also. Then what? Then when the insurer starts calling up for the renewal, then we feel that no, they only come remind us only when there is a renewal, or when there is a due, okay, of buying a new policy and so on and so on. That's where I feel somewhere though the bombarding of this information from so many companies and so many our service providers is also creating a problem in terms of actually passing on the information and creating awareness among the customers. That's what I feel.
Another point I would like to add that many companies, many insurance companies, including SBI Life, have attempted to educate the customer by providing a portal-based, a web-based service to you. Now, it is up to the customer to go there and find out what the products are, how to educate. I mean, that is there's an app which is available. You can download that app and see whether this fellow is what he's trying to sell is actually meeting your expectation, is actually for your requirement, or he is trying to force sell. Force selling, I would readily agree with you that possibly force selling is what the insurance agent is for. He will do a force selling because his job is to get commission out of insurance sale. But again, as an educated customer, it is also your job and your responsibility, I would say, to make sure that what you need is only you buy. And for that, you also have some kind of responsibility to educate yourself where it is available. We can't say that many insurance companies who have that customer service portal, where they tell you about their products, they tell you about the features of the product and how they are selling it and how you should not be misguided. I mean, I don't know whether you're aware or not, but you look at 92.7 FM channel. I think IRDA on a daily basis is running a jingle kind of a thing where they say that we do not promise you any returns on insurance. I mean, we have to, as customers also, we have to be very careful about what we are buying.
So I think, unfortunately, no more time for the questions. Probably, I would request you to take it offline. You will get more time to enjoy your lunch, probably. So just to sum up, I think what we have, what we heard here is that technology is getting involved in all aspects of business growth for sure. We have discussed a couple of areas which are, our friend Anil has highlighted as the upcoming areas of technology, which is analytics and IoT. We could also discuss and we could also understand the vibe from the audience that customer servicing is more becoming more and more important, and the technology intervention on the servicing side is much more required than probably just the selling side.
Correct.
I think that message is very clear. And with that, I will probably end this discussion. Thank you everybody for a very engaging discussion, to the audience also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if I may please request our panel members to remain on the stage, and once again I'd like to invite Mr. Dharmesh Kapoor to please come forward and present the mementos to our final set of panel members. And may I also request our panel members to come together straight ahead for another group photograph. That's going to be our last Kodak moment. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we do come to the end of the summit, and we're going to request you to please fill in the feedback forms, and you may either leave it on your tables or you can also hand it over at the registration counter. Can we have a huge round of applause one more time for our final set of panel members? And on that note, we'd also like to thank our knowledge partner IBM, cloud mobility partner VMware, and communication app partner Flock. We cordially invite you to please join in for lunch, and please do connect with your peer members as well as speakers. Thank you so much for being part of the summit. Please do submit your feedback forms as well. Thank you again.